And here it is. We go again. Ding dong. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here we go again. Ding dong. Here it is. The session commences. That thing that we do round about this time happening exactly at this time. So if you are available, avail yourself of the session. The 9:35 session has commenced. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 Amaechi is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
Pardon me, and there it is right there. The farmyard singers from the eastern parts of Nigeria. Holy, 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 as guys, I bring you this. Hausa community seeks reversal of Okada ban, promises SANWO massive votes. So you would, of course, a lot of you would recall the incident that led to the Okada ban. These elements from the northern part with their somewhat barbaric ways. They've brought that now template to the southern space. So the Okada riders, of course, they are of northern extraction. That is their job within the southern space. They either ride Okada, they do digging in a construction sites, or they sell suya. So those are the three spaces that they occupy economically. But in that Okada riding space, they have brought their hair trigger Yamutu ways to the southern parts. So there was an incident that happened a few days ago when a sound engineer was plying the Okada economy, and over an argument that was no less than 100 naira, these elements from the north, with their ways, they just killed this guy. So enough is enough. So they've now been banned from pretty much the whole of Lagos State. So now they are coming and begging and trying to use whatever weight of numbers they feel they have to try and, maneuver Sanwo-Olu to reverse that decision. Of course, election votes is always the currency that the politician listens to. Hausa community seeks reversal of Okada ban, promises Sanwo-Olu massive votes. So bribery and corruption, including voting. So there it is right there. Crowd throng airport as Ganduje welcomes Tinubu to Kano. So this is some sort of Kokuma politics that Tinubu seems to be playing. He refuses to die. A lot of people are buried him politically, but it doesn't look as though he has gotten that memo as he continues to traverse the expanse of the Nigerian space, commanding crowd after crowd. Kano, of course, his home base, Ganduje being one of his boys, crowd throng airport as Ganduje welcomes Tinubu to Kano. So there it is right there. So quite how that played out, we'll find out shortly. So what played out there, we'll find out shortly. Hold on. No. Let me leave that one for a moment. So we'll find that out we'll find that out shortly. So an alarm from the little man from Kaduna State. Another new inflection on the savagery, the banditry, the terrorism that is going on within that space. So it looks as though another sect has mushroomed. RUFAI confirms presence of Ansaru terrorists in Kaduna. So just so many inflections of terrorism, all predicating upon religion, but really essentially criminality. Now a new inflection emerging out of Kaduna State. RUFAI confirms presence of Ansaru terrorists in Kaduna. So is it now Ansaru that is a new paradigm that we have to start contending with? It's a gift that keeps on giving. The only gift of the North to the Nigerian state, of course, violence and terrorism. I cannot think of anything else that they offer. So from that to this, why Tinubu may lose Lagos. So it's only that headline really that's triggered me wanting to bring you this piece, although it looks like a fairly lengthy read, but we see how much of it we can stomach. So quite what has led to this person making so bold a headline, we'll find out shortly. But the headline intrigues why Tinubu may lose in Lagos in 2023. So why this guy is adducing, what reasons he is adducing, we'll find out shortly. 2023 presidency, Amaechi gets extra security amidst rumor of Buhari's endorsement. So a lot of people have always insisted that when Buhari said he had a candidate, it was essentially Rotimi Amaechi, because there is nothing that would inspire or propel Rotimi Amaechi to have the ambition and pursuit to be Nigerian president other than strong backings from power movers. So because Rotimi Amaechi, even in the earlier session in my conversation with in CBD, we couldn't really land where Rotimi Amaechi's constituency was, because even Nsibidi was arguing that Rotimi Amaechi would lose in the South-South to Peter Obi. So if he doesn't even have the South-South, nobody cares about him in the Southwest. The Igbos don't consider him one of their own, and the Northerners is just some. So he has to have some form of backing to embolden him to pursue in the manner that he is pursuing. And that backing, a lot of people speculate that it is that now infamous Buhari endorsement, which he claims is keeping to his chest. 2023 presidency, Amaechi gets extra security amidst rumor of Buhari's endorsement. So is Buhari endorsing him? And if Buhari endorses him, what does that mean? Herdsmen take over Abia Road. University students lecturer, we are not safe. So there it is right there. We keep hearing the narrative that these people have been sacked from the eastern parts, but it doesn't look as though they've gotten that memo that they have been chased out of the eastern space. Herdsmen taking over Abia Road. University students lecturers, we are not safe. So that's the headline coming out of the Southeast. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. So plenty to go through. Lean back, kick back, take it easy. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button and the subscribe button. And at your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come join me on screen, as you have seen plentifully, several people come and join. The only thing that the people you see on the screen do, they just clicked on that hyperlink and that brought them onto the screen. So if you want to come have a conversation around the talking points, then just click on that hyperlink. So that is at your discretion. But what is not at your discretion is to click on the like button and to click on the subscribe button. You must click on those for reasons that they help to propel the platform on the YouTube algorithm. So as you set about the clicking, let me provide a little bit of a liquid nourishment. Your calabash to the ready as we partake in some palm wine drinking.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wẹ́lá ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koni riwagweshe. Death, may death have nothing to do with us. Potent, powerful prayers by the Kegites. So Iku koni riwagweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Why Tinubu may lose in Lagos in 2023. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has declared his intention to achieve his lifelong ambition of becoming the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His tenure as Lagos State Governor ended in 2007, about 15 years ago. He was the only governor who got re-elected on the platform of the defunct Alliance for Democracy AD party. Why he didn't deem it fit to contest in 2007, 2011, 15, and 19 presidential election to achieve his lifelong ambition remains inexplicable. So that opening salvo already tells you that this is a hatchet piece. So this is an aggressive piece towards Tinubu just from that opening salvo. He was the de facto leader of the defunct AD, which metamorphosed into Action Congress of Nigeria as the only surviving governor on the platform of the party. And that could have made it pretty seamless for him to have emerged as the presidential candidate of the party at the time. As a renowned political strategist, as claimed by many of his admirers, he could have equally challenged a so-called weaker candidate of the then People's Democratic Party PDP, who was President Goodluck Jonathan in the 2011 general election. Does it mean that this purported lifelong ambition was not there when opportunities for presidential elections arose in the past after his gubernatorial sojourn? President Mohammed Buhari could be said to have harbored a lifelong ambition for the presidency. That was why he contested for the position in 2003, 7, 11, and finally succeeded in 15. Tinubu has been harboring a lifelong ambition, yet was shying away from expressing it until now. My hunch tells me that Tinubu does not have any lifelong ambition for the presidency of Nigeria. If he truly has, he would have made efforts to realize it in the past elections when he was younger and healthier. I wager to posit that Tinubu's main interest is his suzerainty. So I'm going to have to look up this word because I'm not quite sure what it means. I'm not even sure if it's a word. I wager to posit that Tinubu's main interest is his suzerainty in Lagos State, which may slip off his that may well be his iron grip on Lagos, is what this guy is rather using some obscure words to describe. I wager to posit that Tinubu's main interest is his stranglehold. Let me reword that as stranglehold. I wager to posit that Tinubu's main interest is his stranglehold in Lagos State, which may slip off his hands in 2023 if care is not taken. Tinubu was declared as the winner of the 2003 governorship election against late Funshaw Williams by a slim margin in the ratio of about 9-7 in the hundreds of thousands of votes as declared by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. That was the closest chance PDP ever had in taking over Lagos State. Stories had it that Funshaw Williams actually won the election with over 1 million votes, but then Vice President Atiku Abubakar did some political magic to save his friend by ensuring that Tinubu retained his seat. There were speculations that Tinubu never wanted former Governor Babatunde Fashola to get a second term in 2011. By the end of Fashola's first term, his relationship with his godfather Tinubu had soured. Tinubu was poised to deny him a second term. However, his major impediment were PDP at the federal level, and Fashola was popular and endeared himself to Lagosians. PDP at the federal level was ready to hand over the party's ticket to Fashola if Tinubu had denied him the ACN ticket. President Jonathan and the PDP were watching the Lagos political scenario with keen interest. Tinubu was handicapped. His hands were tied. As a clever politician that he is, he demurred, recoiled to his shell, and allowed Fashola a second term. So I'm not quite sure where this piece is leading, but now we're into it. We just have to see through. Tinubu was able to deal with immediate past Governor Ambode just because APC was controlling the federal government in 2019. Those who say that Ambode is a coward are missing the point. He is not. If Ambode had defected to PDP, he would have still lost the election because President Buhari needed Lagos State for Buhari's re-election. He needed Tinubu's support and wouldn't want Ambode's second tenure ambition to torpedo his own re-election. Tinubu's purported control of the Southwest is a fallacious myth. He can only do that when his party is in control of the federal government. Both governors Olusegun Mimiko and Ayo Fayose dared him, defied his challenge, and got their second term without his support. When Tinubu tried to overreach his influence in the last Edo state governorship election, Edo people called his bluff by telling him Edo no be Lagos. As the 2023 general election approaches, Tinubu may lose his stranglehold of Lagos if he doesn't play his politics well. I want to reveal to Tinubu through this piece that he will not be the presidential candidate of the APC for the 2023 general election. The presidential standard bearer of the party will be chosen through the consensus option. The de jure national leader of the party, President Buhari, would assert his authority by choosing who will succeed him in office. When Tinubu finally loses the presidential ticket of the APC, he must remain. When Tinubu finally loses the presidential ticket of the APC, he must remain with the party and vigorously campaign for its presidential candidate. If he decomes to any other political party, in order to realize his lifelong ambition, the incumbent governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, may likely defect with him to the new party in order to get his support for his own re-election. New leadership will emerge for Lagos APC. Fashola Ambode, Muiz Banire, and this group, which goes by the name Lagos for Lagos, will definitely take over the leadership of Lagos APC. So this piece already falls apart there because Lagos for Lagos has already moved to PDP. Since Sanwo-Olu may go with Tinubu to the new party, a brand new governorship candidate will emerge for the APC in Lagos. Don't forget that PDP is lurking at the corners. Tinubu will then face a stronger challenge to his stranglehold of Lagos by the APC-led federal government and the PDP. President Buhari is an outgoing president. President Buhari, as an outgoing president, will ensure that APC retains Lagos under a new leadership, or even allow PDP candidates to win in order to spite Tinubu. It bears repeating that that was the treatment given to Tinubu in the last election in Edo State. If Lagos State slips off the control of Tinubu, his humongous wealth and unquantifiable investments may be jeopardized. Tinubu is stuck with APC, whether he eventually emerges as the presidential candidate or not. He has a lot to lose if the opposition takes over the governance of Lagos State. This is written by Emaduoko, who writes from Owerri, Imo State. So this is an Igbo inflection of an understanding of Lagos politics. So a long and worthy read, but did we actually glean anything from it? Somewhat convoluted. And the points were made in that piece, but not sufficient enough of a strong enough points. They are essentially points that we've discussed severally on this platform. So moving swiftly on. So moving swiftly on, but still staying within the legal space, Hausa community seeks reversal of Okada ban, promises SANWO massive votes. Some leaders of the Hausa community in Lagos State have appealed to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to reverse the ban on Okada operations in 6 local government areas of the state. The leaders, who spoke in separate interviews with correspondents on Wednesday, said Okada riders who hail from northern Nigeria contribute significantly to the voting population of Lagos and should not be economically strangulated. Sanwo-Olu had on Wednesday banned the operations of commercial motorcycle riders in 6 local government areas and 9 local government development areas in the state. The affected councils are Etiosa, Ikeja, Surulere, Lagos Island, Lagos Mainland, and Apapa. The governor said, "We will not sit back and watch criminally minded people use that mode of transportation, motorcycle, to perpetrate crimes and criminality in Lagos. Lives are being lost on a daily basis. Preventable accidents are happening every day, and the riders are not respecting any of our traffic laws." So that's singularly the most ludicrous thing I have heard the whole of this year. Fulani, Fulani person, they are not respecting your law. Do they even understand that there is a law? Never mind. Come on, man. What are you? What understanding do they have of law in order to even decide if they are going to respect it or not? Let's take that paragraph again. So ludicrous. The governor said, "We will not sit back and watch criminally minded people use that mode of transportation, motorcycle, to perpetrate crimes and criminality in Lagos. Lives are being lost on a daily basis. Preventable accidents are happening every day, and the riders," this is the funniest, the most ludicrous part of it, "and the riders are not respecting any of our traffic laws." So a full animal, a Hausa guide should respect traffic laws. Is it not a law unto himself? The situation had led to a complete breakdown of law and order. This ban has come to stay, and we will not tolerate any weakness in enforcement. But the Seriki of my goodness me, but the Seriki of Obalende, Saliu Waziri, told correspondents that the government should rethink its decision. Waziri said the government should instead get the data of Okada riders in Lagos to fish out any intruder or criminal-minded fellows. He said, "This issue has taken us a long time, and we have been trying to put our members on the line. I want to advise the government to rethink its decision because Lagos can't operate without bikes because of traffic. Government should register Okada riders in local governments to know those working in any local government. By so doing, the government would know who to pick when any issues arise. Some of our members stay here in Lagos and vote during elections." So this is where the threat comes in. "Some of our members stay here in Lagos and vote during elections. That should count for something because we contribute to votes during elections. The government should change the system of Okada riders, not stopping them." Waziri, however, ruled out the possibility of taking any legal action against the state government. The Seriki Hausa of Aja, Ibrahim Ngoma, agreed with his Obalende counterpart that the government should consider the voting population of Hausa Okada riders in Lagos. Truth be told, Governor Sanwo-Olu has been understanding with Okada people. Let's take it again. Truth be told, Governor Sanwo-Olu has been understanding with Okada people. Unlike Governor Fashola, Okada members should obey the law, while I appeal to Governor Sanwo-Olu to look into the matter and lift the ban before the election because the ban is affecting my people, he said. Also, another leader of the Hausa community in Lagos, Ali Yasu Kira, in a telephone interview with correspondents on Wednesday, pleaded with Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to reverse the ban. According to the Serike Hausa of Shasha in the Alimosho local government area of Lagos State, the voting population of the Hausa Okada rider in Lagos is not something the government wants to joke with. He said, I appeal to the government to leave Okada riders to continue their operations. These Okada riders help the government during elections with votes. Our voting population in Lagos constitutes over 2.7 million because most of us vote here in Lagos. We are not all bad people. Many of our people are Okada riders in Lagos. If the government claims that robbers are rampant amongst Okada riders, then the government should cease out to sieve, not seize, but sieve. Many of our people are Okada riders in Lagos. If the government claims that robbers are rampant amongst Okada riders, then the government should sieve out the criminals. The government should provide replacement for our members affected by the ban. We don't have the power to start any legal case with the government. This is why I am appealing with the government to reconsider the ban. An aide to the sacking Hausawa of Agege, Abdullahi Saliu, in a chat with correspondents, said the Hausa community in the state will not challenge the government ban. He said the Chieftain Council of Hausa Community in Agege, under His Royal Highness Alhaji Musa Mohammed Dogon Kadia, doesn't challenge government laws. We believe that whenever government makes a law, it is for the best of the general public. So challenging the government's law is like saying we don't want the betterment of the state. We know that many of our people earn their daily income from the Okada business, but that doesn't mean that because of their own income, we should jeopardize the security of lives and property in the state. Saliu said he also spoke with the sacking in 3 of the affected local government areas, saying they gave the same position as that of the Hausa leadership in Agege. He said, majority of them are on the same page as we are here. They said our stand on the issue is also their stand. So that's the resolution we have reached. We are urging every member of the community to abide by the rules and laws of the state government. Anybody found wanting, we will not be reliable for that person's act, because the law is the law anywhere. We cannot get our people to protest or take action against the law of the state government. So that is the resolution we all came about after I called them. So it goes on and on, but no, I think I'll leave it there. It's still quite a few more paragraphs, but essentially that is their position. They're threatening then their voter numbers as to strong arm as Babajide Sanwo-Olu to reverse that position. 2.7 million they are claiming. I don't even know what they registered. I don't think Lagos actually commands more than 2 million votes within the federal space, and these people are claiming they have 2.7 million voters, but then of course, those are Hausa figures. So still with elections, our crowd throng airport as Ganduje welcomes Tinubu to Kano. The national leader of the All Progressive Congress, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, is currently in Kano as part of his consultation for the 2023 presidency. Tinubu arrived in Kano to a warm reception by leaders, members, and delegates of the party. The state governor, Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, led a retinue of party leaders to receive Tinubu at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport. All members of the entourage are all members of the entourage, including the governor, all donned uniform and caps with Tinubu's emblem in a convoy consisting of about 20 motorbikes and more than 60 vehicles. Despite the heavy rainfall, the entrance of the airport was packed with supporters and the convoy struggled to make it through. The presidential aspirant, who was expected in Kano by 11 a.m., did not arrive till 5 p.m. due to heavy rainfall in the city. Kano is seen as the stronghold of Tinubu, with even another Kano is seen as the stronghold of Tinubu, with even another presidential aspirant, Rotimi Amaechi, on Wednesday, telling Ganduje that people in APC already knew where his loyalty was. So there it is right there. Quite how they will superimpose upon that. It'll be interesting what plays out within the PDP. Real interesting times to look forward to within that space. So on to the next and on to this. El-Rufai confirms presence of Ansaru terrorists in Kaduna. Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State has confirmed the presence. Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State has confirmed the presence of Ansaru terrorists and other criminal elements in the state. Mr. El-Rufai disclosed this on Thursday during the State Security Council meeting, where he received the quarterly security briefing by the Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Aruwa. According to the governor, the rising presence of Ansar and Boko Haram terrorists in the state and their growing interaction with armed bandits was responsible for the attack on the Abuja-Kaduna bound train on the 28th of March, in which passengers were kidnapped, in which the passengers kidnapped were still in captivity. Hold on. Let me take that paragraph again. According to the governor, the rising presence of Ansar and Boko Haram terrorists in the state and their growing interaction with armed bandits was responsible for the attack on the Abuja-Kaduna bound train on the 28th of March, in which the passengers kidnapped were still in captivity. He noted that the terrorists were moving from the northeast to the northwest and were now recruiting young people into their fold, vulnerable communities across the state. Mr. El-Rufai was concerned about the use of mines and improvised explosive devices by the terrorists and called for the establishment of a military theater command in the region. So here it is again. El-Rufai alarms again, but will they pay any heed to him? He alarmed the first time they ignored him, and we saw what happened as a consequence of that. Onwards we go. Onwards we go. 2023 presidency. Amaechi gets extra security amidst rumor of Buhari endorsement. So a lot of speculation that he indeed is Buhari's candidate. But does this add any more veracity to that? Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amaechi now has extra security, a development linked to the race for Nigeria's 2023 presidency. Sources claimed President Buhari is favorably disposed towards seeing the former Rivers State governor succeed him. The president will not raise any objection if Amaechi desires to contest. In the interim, the calculation is he will be running alongside El-Rufai. Also, I can confirm that security around the minister has been doubled. This could not have happened without Mr. President's clearance, a source said. Apart from additional protective operatives keeping watch, Amaechi currently moves about in a recently purchased bulletproof sports utility vehicle. During an interview in January, the Nigerian leader declined to reveal his preferred choice for the country's topmost job. I would not mention because he may be eliminated if I do. I better keep that a secret, Buhari had said. Amaechi was Rivers State House Assembly Speaker from 1999 to 2007 and Rivers State Governor from 2007 till 2015. Last weekend, supporters of the 56-year-old marched around major streets in Calabar, the capital of Cross River, bearing placards and other promotional items. They urged him to declare an intention to run in 2023, insisting he's qualified. The loyalists, under the aegis of Unity House Foundation, are spread across the six southeast states, south states. The loyalists under the aegis of Unity House Foundation are spread across the six south states. We are here to join voices with our members and other youths across Nigeria to call on the minister to declare his aspiration to run for president. He has a track record from his days as speaker through Governor of Rivers, Chairman of Governors Forum, and speakers. He has been able to revitalize the railway system in the country, the maritime economy in Oron, amongst others, the group chairman said. Some All Progressive Congress chieftains have signified their interest to vie for the presidential ticket. So it goes on then to give us a list of the other people running. But of course, that's essentially to tell us that security around Amaechi has been doubled. And they are saying that the security could not have been doubled outside of the instruction of Malam Buhari. So quite why that is the question. Herdsmen take, so this is now the last readout. Herdsmen taking over road in Abia. So let's find out what is going on here. Residents of Uturu in Abia State have pleaded with the state government to come to their aid as herdsmen marauding as kidnappers have taken over Okigwe Uturu Road, which is a few meters away from Abia State University. Recently, about 7 students of the tertiary institution were kidnapped after a shuttle bus they boarded was attacked by suspected Fulani herdsmen. Whilst the shuttle bus driver was killed, the kidnappers took the students into the bush. However, correspondents learned that they had been released after paying a ransom of 4 million naira. A resident of the area and student of the institution told correspondents that the students were kidnapped on Sunday and their abductors established contact with family members, demanding a ransom of 10 million, after which they agreed to accept 4 million. He said the students were all released after the family and students kept to their side of the bargain. It is true, 7 students were kidnapped on Sunday. They were there till yesterday. They first requested a ransom of 10 million, then they reduced it to 7 million, then later reduced it to 4 million. We paid 3.5 million initially. Then yesterday morning, the balance of 500,000 was paid and the students were all released around 3 p.m. on Wednesday. The families of the affected students and some of the students here contributed the money to facilitate the release of the students. Also, a Facebook user, Lizzie Ukonu, lamented how her brother was kidnapped, but in an update posted on Wednesday, noted that her brother had now returned home safely. Another resident who pleaded anonymity told correspondents that kidnappers of Fulani extraction had turned the highway to their den, attacking at any time of the day and picking up commuters, after which ransom would be demanded. He explained that the activity had been since 2021, yet there was no security intervention to curb the menace, he said. So the kidnap incident on that route has been on since last year. I know about 2 people from Michael Okpara University who were kidnapped whilst traveling on that road. One was a lecturer, the other was a student. It is like the only road leading to the Abia State University. The worst part of it is there is a police and army checkpoint along that road. Today, the people stormed the highway to protest the insecurity in that place. When they kidnap people, they will ask for ransom before they release them. The government should come to their aid, and security agencies should do their jobs and guarantee the safety and security of human lives. So there it is right there, just another documentation of what now has turned into a daily decimal within the Nigerian paradigm. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So Alexander Gomez rather super chat to say writer's assertion on Tinubu Fashola clash is true. So he super chat to verify one of the readouts. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So Ajale Koko, we see you. Baba Kure, we see you. Thomas, we see you. And Tony, we see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Let's start it off with Thomas and take you then to the last readout, the going on then within the eastern part. So this is now essentially an industry now. Thankfully, they are not killing them, they are releasing them. But this just now casually happening. You drive down the motorway, some Fulani guy just throws up casually to your car, taps on your window with the AK-47 and escorts you to the bush to demand 10 million naira from your family. This seems to be the diet now in the southeast of Nigeria. Thomas.
Good evening, one man. Good evening, everyone, to our listeners. Before we start, let's like this station. Let's subscribe if you have not done that. May God bless everyone. One man, sometimes I would just even think we should not even talk about this thing anymore, because it's now a norm. It's just like it's the way of life. They will just kidnap people, will pay ransom. People, but one man, what normally baffles me is that when they are paying this ransom, why can't the security go after them, trick them, pretend as if they are the one that want to pay the ransom, or just doing something, or like intelligent, because these people that collected this ransom, they are not ghosts, they are human beings. They are working, they collect this ransom. But I don't know why our security agents.
Is it that the security are complicit or just downright incompetent? Because in that readout, they said that there were police and army checkpoints along that road. And they said that this thing has been happening since 2021. So in between police and army checkpoints, these people are stopping vehicles and escorting people into the bushes. So what purpose is that checkpoint doing? So is it that checkpoint, those checkpoints, is it that they are complicit with these Fulani bandits, or they are afraid? So either way, not fit for purpose.
Well, it's sometimes I get angry that what is going on here, and people will rally around, sow their property. Some people will go and borrow money to pay for ransom, and they will give it to these people. And even our security agents cannot even trace the money, trace the people that collected this money. They can even pretend as if they are the family members of these people that want to pay this ransom.
You know what mystifies me and we must not stop talking about this story. I get what you mean, that is so daily. We must not be surrendered or inured to it. But what mystifies me about this space is how is those monies, how is it transacted? So they demand 10 million in ransom. Is that done by bank transfer, which should be traceable, or is it done by cash? And if it is done by cash, then how do they handle the cash? Because you cannot go to a bank and just deposit 10 million in one swoop. So it's usually that bureau de change system that they use to launder this sort of monies. So, but how do they manage the money once they get it? And how is that money handed over to them? How do they get the money?
One man, there's an event. This guy narrated how they pay this ransom. They don't pay through bank transfer. They pay through cash. They will tell you, we are around. Cash the money, put it in uncompleted building. They will tell you a strategic place that you will put the money. They
Are
will
you sure
tell
you're
you,
not getting that from some Nollywood movie? That sounds like
no, one man from account. Somebody said this. They were kidnapped. That's how they were paid. Because you are not taking the money there physically. No, because they don't want you to know them. So they will put the money somewhere and they will tell them, if they burn you well, call the security agent. So we are going to take down the victim with us. So they put that fear in those people that want to pay this ransom. They will not even tell the security agent. They will just put it there and they will tell you, after paying, we will give you your family member. There was account, somebody that was kidnapped said this account. They may have different modules or method of collecting this money, but I think they normally get it cash, because if they transfer it through bank transfer.
Oh, okay. So if they then get that 10 million cash, it is almost impossible to deposit 10 million in cash, because I think there's a threshold that you can deposit, because before the financial institution is obliged to alert security agencies, EFCC, something or the other. So they can't just take 10 million naira and deposit it in a bank. So how do they then handle that level of money?
Woman, what are you saying? Can't you put 10 million naira in your house? How much is 10 million naira?
You put it under the bed. You put it under the bed.
Why not? Why not?
What am I saying, or what are you saying? You put 10 million naira under the bed.
How much is 10 million naira?
10 million naira is a lot of money. That's how much it
is. It's a lot of money. I'm telling you, in thousands. If it's in 1,000 denomination, this is something that can go into a Ghana must go. What are you saying? I'm right. How much is 10 million naira in 1,000 currency?
And then they'll just go and put it under their bed.
Why not?
No.
Why not?
No. They have to launder it in some form. This is what
not put it under their bed. We are not talking of 100 million naira. 10 million naira is nothing. One man.
It's a sizable amount of money. Do you know that the average Nigerian worker earns no more than 500,000 naira a year? It's a sizable amount of money.
I'm not disputing that with you, but I'm saying in cash, how much is 10 million naira? If you have 1,000 naira in bail, it's just more bail, isn't it? So that one in 10 places, it's not something you cannot carry around. 10 million naira is not something you cannot carry around if it is in 1,000 bail.
All right.
So this money can be moved one man. It can be moved around, but it just boils down to our security agents. If they can't trace this money, how they pay this money, they can even trick them that we are the ones to pay this money. They can hide somewhere where these people want to pay the money and get these people arrested if they are not complicit in this crime. That is just fine. But 10 million naira is not.
All right, all right, no, that's fine. Yeah, let me take you to another talking point. Hausa communities seek reversal of Okada ban. Promises to Tinubu. Promises rather.
SANWO
massive votes. So what are you then making then of somewhat bribery then by the Fulani, by the Hausas towards the governor? What are you making of that headline, Thomas?
One man, for me, it's like a threat. Because what you read now, they are saying we have 2.5 million votes. That is just like a threat to me. They are threatening the governor that if you don't lift this ban, we have you in the ballot and we can go against you in the ballot. It's Sanwo-Olu supposed to do what is right. You remember Fashola did the same thing, and even the law was not totally accepted. Some police guys are still taking some bribe from these same Okada riders and even releasing them, or just say pay them 1,000 naira and they will let you go. Fashola did the same thing. The ban was just there lingering for 2 or 1 month, and after that everything go back to normal. So if they want to do that, they should do it properly, so that these criminal ones, they will be caught and something will be done. But to me, they are threatening the governor, saying we have 2.5 million votes. We will wait for you at the post. And I like the other guy, the other maybe the Seriki, the one that said we have to follow the rules of the government. If we don't follow the rules of the government, we are against the government. I like the other one that said they have to follow the rules. But many people die in one man with this Okada. And you said earlier on, they are saying Hausa doesn't follow the rules. That is the ludicrous word you have ever heard. This word. What is the Fulani of Hausa men? What do they know about the law? They drive against traffic. People die unnecessarily because they are driving so recklessly. So I hail the governor for banning them, and it didn't ban them totally.
Well, and what are you making of this idea of Serikin Agege, Serikin Aja? I never knew that there is Royal Highness Saliu Serikin. What is this? Is this what is going on? Is Royal Highness the Serikin of Agege?
Yes, they are everywhere in Yoruba land. They are everywhere. There's nothing we can do because that is their own community, and they have their Seriki to call them to order if they have any disputes. I don't see something bad in that. Because I don't know, maybe we Yoruba too, we have something
so who is the Oba of Sabongeri in Kano? The Oba or the Obi of Sabongeri in Kano? Who is that?
But one man, this Seriki is just a title. They are not they are not governing Yoruba space. They are just governing their small space. I don't see something wrong in that. If they didn't go to the extreme, I don't see something bad in that. Because many, I don't know, in the north, maybe we have something like that as well, like our Yoruba people or like the Igbos. But I don't see something bad in that. That is just my opinion. So far, they are not claiming our land, and I don't see something bad in that. That is just my opinion, woman.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. Thomas, let me go on to Ajale Koko, who hopefully is ready for us. Ajale Koko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, woman.
All right, brilliant. So Ajale Koko, so to you then, this space, or which space am I taking you to? This alert, let me take you to this space. 2023 presidency, Amaechi gets extra security amidst rumors of Buhari's coming out to endorse him. So they've doubled his security. And what people are saying is that they couldn't have doubled his security. Pardon me, let me just do this first. So Pansat, I'm surprised to see you.
Why?
Well, I'm going to need you to apologize for your conduct yesterday. That's the first thing I need you to do.
Which particular conduct?
For coming here to insult people that have come here to share their knowledge with us.
I didn't insult anybody.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so to you, Ajale Koko. So they've doubled what's his name? Amaechi's security retinue, which will be, and they said that could not have been done without the approval of Buhari, which a lot of people are permutating that is really an indication of Buhari now coming out to endorse him. So what are you making of that? Amaechi's security retinue being doubled?
Well, how are you, woman, and everybody on the platform?
I'm good.
Let me call all our viewers around the world to please click on the like button. share, and subscribe if you have not subscribed. Well, speculation is hovering around the political space in Nigeria right now. We cannot truly confirm if the doubling on the security personnel around Amaechi means that he has gotten the endorsement of the president. We are not really sure of that. I think as a former minister, he can request for that. He's a friend to the, what do you call it, Inspector General of Police. And they are the people at the top. They know each other. They can favor themselves. He might request for it if he feel that he needed more security around him. It might not be free. It might be paying for that service. Because I know that security, some wealthy Nigerians also carry police around as well. So I don't want to totally agree that because he have.
But what they are saying is the level of security that he now enjoys could not be facilitated outside of Buhari's endorsement. So why would Buhari make sure that it's super secure?
Well, it could be true that yes, he got more security around him as a result of approval from the president. But at the same time, I am telling us that at this season of presidential politics, a lot of speculation and propaganda will be flying around against candidate to candidate, and we are not really sure of what is going on. But if that is true, if that information is true, well, it just tell other candidates that they have to double their effort. Some of them that knows fully well within themselves that they are not capable of winning the race can align with others, and those that are in the front lead now, like Tinubu, have to double his efforts in by working hard to get more delegates on his side. You see, this race in APC is a fight to finish. The leading candidate, as we know, that is Tinubu, a man that have 12 governors signed his presidential nomination form. He is a person to beat, and if the president is not putting his weight behind him, but behind another, that tells me that there's going to be battle between the among the cabal, Tinubu cabal and the president cabal. So, who is going to win? I want to tell you.
This APC primary is fast emerging as a straight shootout between Tinubu and Buhari, because there's no indication that Buhari is backing him, but Tinubu is backing himself. you know, and he wants to, you know, and he's going to fight it to the finish. So it's a straight shootout between Tinubu and Buhari.
Oh yes, it's going to be a battle between Tinubu and Buhari. If Buhari is not staying neutral, if he's supporting somebody other than Tinubu, that's going to be a very, very serious battle. And I must tell you, Tinubu is banking on the support that he already gotten from various, many governors and friends that he has been coming along with for a long time, for over 30 years, I guess. So if Buhari is going to endorse another person, that's going to be a very tough fight between two of them. And I must tell you, one man, it's going to be very impossible for Tinubu to defeat Buhari.
How impossible would it be? Let me share with you this. Let me share this with you, because I suspect that whether Buhari endorses him or not, Tinubu is going to put in a strong showing. So here is Tinubu in Kano State. Let's just get rid of her. Of course, I mean, everybody knows that Ganduje is a Tinubu man, and he rolled out all the red carpet. All these adverts, sometimes they can be a bit of an annoyance, but he rolled out all the red carpets, you know, for Tinubu when he turned up in a Kano State.
Please subscribe to Face TV Africa and turn the notification.
By the way, that's not a Nowambe party, that's Kano State. So this is Tinubu at Aminu Kano. You know, they did the dressing, they painted the cars. Ganduje rolled out. Look at that. You don't get more Fulani than look at that. This is what we think of when we think of these people. You know, this is just somebody visiting on the campaign. This is almost a presidential visit. You know, so
play there, man.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is if he already has hold of if Kano, even Amaechi was saying that we already know your politics and you're a Kano man. So if he has Kano State and he has Lagos State and he has sympathy still within other satellite northern states, we're talking about delegates, we're talking about numbers. He has numbers.
Well, yes. Kano State, I think, have more delegates than any other state in the federation because of the numbers of local government they have. I think they have more local government than every other. They have 44 local government, if I get it right.
Yes.
So, yeah. So, look. One man, there's no permanent friend, there's no permanent enemy, but permanent interest in politics. The fact that Ganduje is supporting him today, or other governors are supporting Tinubu today, does not mean that they cannot withdraw their support tomorrow. Because
can they not weigh the balance, Ajale Koko? They know full well that Buhari already a weak man and is already on his way out, and they are essentially looking at who is coming in. And a lot of these people, they can sometimes make that calculation and make a brave decision if they calibrate that. Look, if we go for this guy, what can Buhari do if they choose Tinubu? He can't do anything.
Oh, yes, but politician doesn't think like that. It's their interest that matter. Who among the candidates that can keep my political relevance, can support who am I going to align with that I will still sustain my political relevance and guarantee my political future. That is what's really matter most. Sometimes money can come to play. Some of the ranks and file among this within these governors could be breakaway by power of money and some other things. So the president have it more than anybody. There's nobody that have that resources like the president. We have
it's not only money that would define it and decide it, because the president has influence, yes, but he also has to present to them somebody that they can see as that candidate. So if he presents to them Rotimi Amaechi, what would somebody like Ganduje make of Rotimi Amaechi? Although they are rumoring that they're going to use RUFAI as his vice, so he might get Kaduna State. But what will Zulu make of Rotimi Amaechi? So they have to be convinced as well as to the veracity, the potency of the candidature of whoever the president is championing. Cannot just be some random guy.
Let me tell you one man, the president have that power than any other person in that party. We saw what played out in the recent convention for their national executive of the party. President brought somebody from nowhere as the chairman and everybody giving. What card did he use that swayed them to support that person? He could still use it this time around as well. Nigerian politicians are not credible people, one man. They could be bought over. They could sacrifice the interests of their very, very close friend for another thing that is greater than the friendship of that their friend. They will just do it. They don't. What's the implication of it? Most of the time they don't think about it. But what is my interest? What can I benefit now? And how can I sustain my interest? How can I my political relevance? How can I still keep it intact in the future? So anybody that play better game than the other, they will go with it. So it is not only money, but many other things. President Buhari, like I said before on here, he have the control of the party right now. It is the party that are going to conduct this primary. The people that are going to be in charge of all these things, the logistic and the process of this thing, they are going to be his men. He could use them to manipulate the system and scheme out Tinubu. He's in a position to do it. But Tinubu should just see this. If it's truly that the president is backing Amaechi, Tinubu should just see it as a challenge for him to double his effort, to work harder, and go to the battle.
If Tinubu gets that ticket, in spite of Buhari not backing him, then that gives him complete free hand. If he goes on to win the presidency, he's not obliged to anybody.
That is it. That is it. So, and what is going to emerge right there? Tinubu political empire will spread across the country. The Buhari team will totally be schemed out in the new administration, if not totally. But Tinubu, we see him as a political enemy.
And by the way, when we're saying Buhari, we don't mean the Fulanis or the North, because even within that North, there's a variety of politics. There's the Ganduje politics, there's the Babachir Lawal politics, which are all aligned to almost a westernized set of politics. But then there's a conservative politics that is the CPC politics, which is the politics of Ibrahim Gambari, Abubakar Malami, arrow-headed by Malam Buhari, and then King Gibe. So there's that wing, that CPC politics. So do they not also want to break away from that CPC politics?
Yeah, one man, the contest here is between ACN and CPC. These are the two strongest groups within the party. And that is what is possibly playing out. So if Tinubu emerges as the candidate of the party, that means that should tell us that his structure, his ACN, in alliance with some other groups in the north, are more stronger than CPC in the party. And when they take that into power, into presidential office, CPC will definitely be disfavor to somewhat in their new administration, because they want to consolidate their hold on power, and they want to strengthen their political bloc around the country, because CPC, they will still see CPC as a political foe within the party. So that is what is going to play out. Tinubu political power will be strengthened around the country. His political empire will be strengthened, and in government, he will want to build a very, government that officials that is confident, that he can trust, that he knows that can work in compliance to his own agenda for the country. So possibly the people that are in government now with Buhari that are CPC member will be schemed out, like Abubakar Malami and some others. So it's going to be a very tough contest. But the contest here now is within the party. It looked to me that it's a contest for supremacy.
Are you surprised that it has not gotten ugly yet? I was expecting by now that it should already be vicious and ugly. Is that going to come after the primaries? Because there's an ugliness coming. Do you not agree? There's some real nastiness coming. And I was expecting it to already be happening now. The viciousness, the backstabbing, the brutality, all that. It should be.
Well, one man is happening already, but they are still hiding it. They are still trying to cover it.
Okay, it's not spilled out to the public space yet. Yeah.
Yes. They know. We had Babachir Lawal came out with a statement the other day that, look, if you mess up with Tinubu, if you rob Tinubu of what looked like a victory for them, they have another option where they will of party that they will move to. You remember that Babachir Lawal said that?
Yes, no, we treated it here. And SDP are also, they are romancing Tinubu almost publicly. Yeah.
Yes. And so it is happening, and the battle is ongoing within the party. Is not open to the public yet. What is going to bring it to the public is the result of the primary will bring out what is really happening between them. By then, those that are not satisfied with the process, they will cry foul, those that are winner, we will see, reaction, and reaction will emerge then, and we will know what is really happening between them. But but one thing that is clear now is that there is crisis between them, and APC lack the ability of managing crisis. And this is what is coming to play now, because there is no reason why the president, if the president is somebody that is really want the unity of the party at this time that we have about 26 presidential aspirants in the race, he should play a fatherly role and said, you know what, I want free and fair election. All of you are my people. I'm not backing anybody. Whoever that emerges, that is my person, and that is who I will give it to. So that is what that is the statement.
Is Buhari? Actually, let me present you Plenty Waters super chat for you to address in this conversational space, and I'm going to tag on some questions as well too. So, but let me Plenty Waters super chat to say. It says, did Osinbajo drop out? What statistics are we using to draw up that Tinubu is leading a vice president of the same party? That is strange to me. So I could take that on, but you better off taking that on. Did Osinbajo drop out? What statistics are we using to draw up that Tinubu is leading a vice president of the same party? That is strange to me. So he essentially saying that, thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. He essentially saying that really this Tinubu narrative of him being the front runner should actually be an Osinbajo narrative of him being a front runner by virtue of the fact that Osinbajo is the vice president. So do you see any reasoning in that reasoning by Plenty Water? That's somewhat naive.
Well, I don't know what's the way he's looking at it. But what we have seen for fact is that for 12 governors to sign the nomination form to put their support between one aspirant among 26 aspirants, it tells me that that person is the leading candidate in the party. I think the totality of governors APC have in Nigeria is no more than 22, if I get it right. So if 12 of them are supporting one person, including Kano, that carries the highest delegate among all the states of the federation, forget about it, man. He is the leading candidate. So he is the leading aspirant among them. So I don't know, maybe you need to expatiate on what is.
Yes. Why are we not hearing enough of a Yoruba first narrative within this presidential race paradigm? Because we are hearing an aggressive, unified Eastern push of entitlement politics, but we're not hearing enough. I think they had that meeting that was supervised, organized by Bisi Akande, and he says that they wanted the power to transit to the Southwest. But that, to my recollection, is the only time we've heard from that space that they are pushing for power to come to Yoruba land. So how come Yoruba land is not a lot more frontal in their push, almost threatening in the way that the Southeasterners are? Why are we not hearing the Yoruba first narrative in this presidential race from the Yoruba space?
Well, because Yoruba group is in the ruling party, and the Yoruba group, one of the backbone of the party. So if you look at the two dominant group in the party, CPC and PCP, CPC from the north and ACN from the CPC from the north headed by Buhari, and ACM from the south, headed by Tinubu. They believe that they are equal partner. Yoruba's Southwest in APC sees themselves as equal partner, and they can, you know, at any time go into primary and contest with any other group within the party.
Ajalekoko, I'm talking about voices like the Oni, the Alaafin, the Afenifere group. We've seen the Sultan of Sokoto sit in meetings where they were saying that power should be retained in the north. So he pushes for his own people. But I'm not talking about essentially the politicians in play. But
you're not talking about politicians.
Yes, the Yoruba space as a mass, because we are hearing Ohanese telling us that power must come to the southeast. We are hearing the Northerners saying that power would retain, with all of their top spaces saying that language. But we're not hearing in Yoruba land that we want that power. Why are we not pushing? Why are we not aggressive enough? Or why we, I mean the Yoruba space. Because I'm, of course, I'm neutral. But yes, why are the Yorubas not pushing aggressive enough?
I think Yoruba are looking at it on the moral ground that if the North can have it for 8 years, how on earth would they want to say they want to retain it for another 8 years? So that is why that push is not that much of that push is not coming from Yoruba land, particularly from those traditional leaders and the rest you're talking about. They are looking at it that on the moral ground, there is no way that the North will want to tell the nation that they want to retain the power again after 8 years. But if the North doesn't retain it, other southern spaces, they are still in play. The South is in play with Rotimi Amaechi. The Southeast is in play. So, and they are pushing this somewhat ethnic unity. But there's no ethnic unity outside of having all these individual Yoruba persons pushing for the ticket. The Yoruba space, they are not themselves as a body pushing the space to say that this power must come to Yoruba, otherwise this, that, and the other. You know, this aggression that we're seeing from other quarters, we're not demonstrating it. Yes, that's what I said, that we are not demonstrating it. We are in the ruling party. Fulanis, I mean, the North are in power now. They're going to end 8 years by next year. And the power cannot be retained by then. So on the moral ground, we are looking at it that, okay, let us just play the politics right. The best way we can do it within the party, and not by shouting on or you know, stirring up the dust, or you know, agitating for power must come. But let us play the politics right within the party. In spite of the fact that I mean, what do you call it? Did not having it now 7 years down the line. The structure of the party, the Northerner is the chairman of the party. Every reasonable person, every reasonable political calculation should tell us that, okay, the power is coming to the South. And who is leading among the Southerner within the party is Yoruba. It's Yoruba candidacy that is leading among the Southerner within the party. So he's playing the politics well. He's doing it well. He has demonstrated that, yes, he's the leading candidate within the party, with 12 governors behind him, with several states behind him in the North. And possibly he will get the whole of the Southwest. When it gets to that stage, when the whole Southwest will declare for him. So that is why they are not making noise. You know, I believe, well, yes, he's playing the politics well. There is no cause for alarm. we will get it, except if something is done wrong against him fraudulently, then Yoruba will flare up. You know, Adakeja Yoruba. Yoruba doesn't, you know, jump to fight. They calculate.
It'd be a real travesty. If a real travesty. And by the way, just can I just implore the people listening to us to please like the stream. We have well in excess of 170 people watching, but only 31 people are clicking on the like button. So if you click on the like button, it just helps to propel the platform so we get more audience. So if you haven't done that, please do that. But I was saying, Janle Koko, it'd be a real travesty. We want to try and surpass 100 likes. So try and get us to 100 likes, and then we'll see if we can even exceed that. So I was saying it'll be a real travesty if the ticket in APC does not go to a Yoruba person. Forget Tinubu, but a Yoruba person. A real travesty if it doesn't go there. And the Yorubas then cannot recoil from that. You know, it'd be a real body blow after a Yoruba party, essentially.
Yeah,
it'll be a travesty.
It's going to be travesty. It's going to be it has to be by fraudulent process that will deny Yoruba from getting that ticket in APC. There's no way Yorubas, one of the Yoruba aspirants, particularly Tinubu, there's no way he won't get it, except the system is manipulated against his interest. And I'm telling you, one man, if that is done, Yoruba people are not going to take it lightly. Tinubu is not going to do it. They will wait for APC in general election. The power they use to put APC in power in 2014, they will use that same power to deny them to retain presidency this time around. I know that for sure. They know how to play the politics, and they will play it right. So they should dare not deny them. They should dare not, fraudulently.
Would that be that one treachery too far? Because we've tried to Omoluabi politics with these malas, and we've always end up being somewhat shafted. So will a Yoruba candidate not being the ticket holder, would that be that one treachery too far from the malas?
Oh, yes. That is what it will indicate. It will show that they are not reliable, particularly people, what do you call this guy? The President Buhari. It will show that Buhari and his team are not reliable partner, and largely it will show that the Hausa Fulanis are not reliable partner politically, and that will spell doom in the political relationship between Yoruba and Hausa Fulani. And if you have to go by history, this is the first time that Hausa Fulani and Yoruba have aligned politically. It never happened in the history of Nigeria, since we have Nigeria since 1960. The first republic, it was Igbo and Hausa Fulani alignment that governed that dispensation. In the second republic, it was Igbo, Shagari, and Ekweme that were in control. So the Third Republic, that will have been a Yoruba to be the president, Abiola, that was annulled. So this is the first time that you will see a Yoruba in the name of Tinubu leading the Yoruba party into an alliance with the North. So if the North have to pay him back this way, that will tell us that Northerner are not reliable political partner, and that will bring to play my own suggestion, my own, panacea to the political problem of Nigeria, that let everybody go have his regional party. When you have your regional party, you can use your regional party to negotiate the national position, and that negotiation will come with agreement. This is how we're going to work together. If you going to support you for presidency, this is what you're going to give us. We are not in the same party. We are different party, but we are working together, just an alliance to control government. And when whoever that break that alliance, the other will pull back and then dismantle that government. That is the only best way. So let Yoruba have their own party. Let Igbo have their own party. Ijaw people have their own party. Let the thief people, or what do they call it, the middle belt, have their own party. Let Hausa have their own party. Should
the Southeasterners come under Yoruba umbrella?
No.
South regional.
No. Southeast, we have their own party too.
And there's sufficient enough potency to have a standalone political presence.
Are you looking for a CVD?
No.
One man, I just wanted one question for one man. I understand what.
All right. Before you say everything is don't be so easy. Don't be so easy to look at that very quickly.
I understand what one man is doing, so there's no problem.
Hold on, the CBD now. Let me quickly acknowledge Plenty Waters super chat. You know the Plenty, but he likes to label a point, so he labels the point, and then I'll take your question after in CBD. It says so let me take it from this space because it's fast scrolling off the screen. But it says 12 governors against how many delegates nationwide? I am guessing North will at least have 1,000 delegates. Can we please be enlightened on how delegates are chosen so as to see the importance of the 12 governors? So, yes, 12 governors against how many delegates nationwide? I am guessing the North will have at least 1,000 delegates. Can we please be enlightened on how delegates are chosen so as to see the importance of the 12 governors? So thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water, but that super chat are somewhat self-defeating. If the governors endorse and they control the structures of their state, which then tells you that then they because we've already seen the fire state thing that we played out the last time to see how the delegates work. So if 12 governors are endorsing him, then essentially the delegates of those spaces are his to lose. So that answers that. But if you want to add on to that, Ajanle Koko, thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water, and then we'll take in CBD question now. Ajanle Koko, Plenty Water, he never lets it go, even when it's wrong. It's a bit like in CBD.
You see, I think the total number of delegates in APC, they're about 7,800, if I get it right.
Yes, we did that last time, yeah.
Yeah, so Kano alone from the north carry 1,000 plus. So if 1,000 plus from Kano is putting their weight behind Tinubu, that is a plus right there for him.
But Ajale Koko, sorry, can the delegates in the state go against the governor?
Yes, yes, it's possible. But the way it's done in politics is that the working group. So the governors group, whether we like it or not, they control the structure of the party, and they will come in a large number. They come in a group with governors to the delegate, to the, to the primary. So definitely each governors being the controller of the structure of the party in the state, they are coming with large number of delegates. There are some other groups within the party in the state that will come that they are not ally of the governor. They will come with their own delegate too, but their own delegates will be very few. So it's like among 100 delegates in the state, governors are carrying like 90. So maybe the other group, they are coming with 10. You know, so look at the math there. So majority carry the vote. I mean, carry the votes in politics. So there's no state where is any state that they have APC governor, that governor control absolute majority, not a simple majority, absolute majority of the delegate there, and that's a plus to any candidate that is giving it to. So Kano, if Tinubu already sealed Kano, if Kano Ganduje is bringing is supporting him in totality and bringing his candidate, I mean delegate to him,
and he owns Lagos as well, you know,
and he owns Lagos. You know, Lagos carries so much as well. I mean, not as much as Kano. So, but you know, consider the number of that 12 governors. That is a huge. That is
Ajale Koko, Plenty Water comes back. It says, it says one man kindly carefully listen to how delegates are selected and see if 12 governors are enough. So Plenty Water, it's not 12 governors have publicly stated for Tinubu. But that's not to say that it is only those 12 governors that are for Tinubu. So those are the ones that he already has in the bank. But the rest that are still in play, he's also in play for them. It's not as though the rest are opposed to him, with the 12 being for him. It's the 12 that have publicly shown their hand by signing his nomination form. But the rest are also equally still in play for him to persuade to be on board. It's not as though the other 12 are opposed to him. So that's really where I think you may be missing it. Plenty Water.
Even if the other 12, if the other governors are opposed to him, and you share them among the rest of the candidates, how can they beat Tinubu? They'll be lacking behind now. So he's the one leading. He's the one to beat. So the process have to be free and fair, have to be open. You know. Without any manipulation. That is the only thing that can save APC. But if it's manipulated against Tinubu, there's going to be backlash from Yoruba land, and Tinubu and his group particularly, they will do it against the party, and APC will lose. So what do you call the PDP? They'll be praying for that to happen, so that you know, their man Atiku will possibly be the next president.
All right. In CBD, you had a position to put to Ajale Koko.
Yes. I have a question and a comment. I think the question, let me go with the question first. You said, you know, Tinubu will be the first if he's given a ticket to form the coalition or what with the northern, you know, politicians. So it means you're disregarding, you're not counting Obasanjo and Atiku's, you know, collaboration that they did. Although I know that Obasanjo was given, you know, it was like a consensus, whatever, from the whole part of the country, but he chose Atiku as his running mate. So I think Obasanjo should be the first person. What do you think?
You see, the issue of Obasanjo is Obasanjo was not the candidate of Yoruba people. Falaye was the candidate. Yes, it's a Yoruba man. But when we are talking, you see, the Yoruba party back then was Alliance for Democracy, and the Alliance for Democracy candidate was Olufalaye. So Olufalaye did not win. Obasanjo, who is not the candidate of Yoruba people, it wasn't Yoruba people that backed Obasanjo. Yes, Obasanjo is a Yoruba man. He didn't get the nomination from Yoruba land. So his nomination came from the north. Well, we all knew what played out. He was a candidate of the military establishment. Yes, what's your question?
Is it realistic that Obasanjo, being a Yoruba man, was given that position, and somehow he is not part of the Yoruba political...
You have to understand that it's a unique and peculiar space, the Obasanjo narrative. It was a transition from a military junta to the civilian dispensation. So a lot of the thing that brought Obasanjo in, they will tell you it's democracy, but it was really essentially military fiat. It was essentially military fiat. But and when he had incumbency, then of course he can self-perpetrate. But let me bring up Plenty Waters question in. He says, it says, wait, using your point, Sir Ajanle Koko, knowing that Jide Sanwo-Olu and any Lagos governor are not allowed to play local politics when in power, does Jide control or APC control? So I'm not quite sure what that means. Wait, using your point, Sir Ajanle Koko, knowing that Jide Sanwo-Olu and any Lagos governor are not allowed to play local government politics, when in power, does Jide control or APC control? So anyway, that was to you, Ajanle Koko, but I don't think the penny is dropping with Plenty Water. But thank you for the super chat, but the penny will drop. But can you drop the penny for Plenty Water, Ajanle Koko?
Can I ask this last question so that Ajanle Koko answers all at the same time?
All right, go on.
So, I think what I was going to say is, don't you think that, do you think that the northern, elites or whatever politicians, do you think they have, that collaboration or cooperation they did with the Yoruba space? Don't you think that in their mind they've already fulfilled their obligation, which was just having a Yoruba running mate as the, do you think that is a permanent arrangement that power will be transferring?
No, the loose understanding of that space was
I also have a question. I also have a question after Nsibidi's question.
But let's just let's have it in a staggered form. So Ajanle Koko, address the Plenty Water space first. Who is saying that Babajide Sanwo-Olu or any serving governor is not allowed to play local government politics when in power, and is insisting then that the structures in APC Lagos, they actually belong to APC and not the governor. So which is my understanding of what he's saying. So I'm not sure if but
well, according to the APC system of operation, the governor is the #1 leader in the state, and they allow him to have the control of the structure of the party. That is the way their operation, the party operation runs in APC. So in view of that fact, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, as the governor of Lagos State, he is the man in control of the structure of Lagos State.
Oh, okay. Hold on, Ajanle Koko. I think he adds on Plenty Water. He adds on, and I think this illuminates more the points that he's making. He says, now, assuming Tinubu and Jide are not in good terms, is Jide as governor able to sway delegates to Oshibanjo, or Tinubu doesn't need his help getting the needed delegates selected in Lagos? So essentially, he's saying who controls Lagos State structure is the question. So and yeah, so to that, yes.
Well, Lagos State, we know, even though
So is it the governor or Tinubu? Is I think yeah.
Tinubu, we all know that the godfather of Lagos politics is Tinubu. So Tinubu owns everything. Though the governor is there as the #1 figure, but his godfather, as long as he liveth, is the one in control of everything, the political structure. So of Lagos State, because he is the one that used that structure to propel SANWO to where he is today. So, but by the APC operational system, the governor is the one in charge of the structure. If another person is behind the scene that control the governor, that is a different case entirely. But on their own book, governor is the one in charge of the structure because they are the financier of the party, and they give them that that power to control the party in their state. So Godfather is a different thing entirely, but structurally, according to the party system, he's the governor, control the structure of the state. So that's it.
Oh, all right, thank you, Ajale Koko. Let me move you on to another conversational space.
I think they asked a question.
Yes, what was the question? In CBD's own is always convoluted.
He's there now. Wait now, man. I'm saying, is it do you think it was a permanent power sharing agreement with Tinubu and the northern APC politicians, or it was just for that? What was it? 2015 election. So, do you feel like the APC northern politicians are obligated to, to give him back the power?
Well, since the power is, did not have been in power for 8 years, and the two strongest groups within the party that make up the party, that if you take any one of them out of the party will not win a national election. That is ACN of, what do you call it? ACN of Yoruba land and CPC from the north. Take any one of them out of the party cannot win national, they can't win presidency. So what do you call, Amaechi have no structure. It does not bring any structure into the party. It cannot win in state. So when you have the strongest, the partnership of ACN and this, they are the one that won the election they play a major role winning the election for the party. So it is time for the North to pay back now. You in CBD, you are one of those that always chant anti-Tinubu here as the one that won the election, that surrender Yoruba land to Buhari, that gave that presidential victory to Buhari. So why is, as Buhari finished his own now, and he doesn't want to pay back in good faith?
Because it was a collaborative government. They have already paid back by having Yoruba in major.
What's the meaning of a collaborative government? What does?
Yes,
what's the collaborative government?
In CBD.
Which part of Yoruba land is Malam Buhari from?
So
no, it's 50. It's supposed to be like power sharing. Or how do you call it?
Power sharing.
It's CBD.
Whatever. Forget my grammar. No.
The point is okay. Go on. Let Ajale Koko address it.
In CBD, if the East happen to be the strongest, one of the two major groups that form is what's the name of the APC. And Buhari, as we know, is completing his time now, and it's time to come back to the south here. Would you, as an Igbo man, not call for him to pay back for an Igbo presidency? Would you want that to go to Yoruba land?
Are you saying that 2015 was the time of the West to be president?
That is not the question. I just put a question to you. I say if the East.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. In CBD, what is your understanding of what played out in 2015? What's your understanding of it?
I felt it was a partnership, some kind of understanding they had to, obviously the West or Southwest through Tinubu gave, or should I say masterminded or engineered by Tinubu, helped Buhari to win. And after that, the government was, you cannot say that the Yoruba did not play a major
yes. So that's not the widely held perception. The widely held perception in CBD is that because Buhari had been contending all the way through, he has always failed. Tinubu had been recoiling from aligning with him because he knew that Buhari was an extremist, but they needed to get Goodluck Jonathan out of the way. So what is widely, of course, it's not set in stone. There's no written agreement as far as anybody knows, but the popular perception of the arrangement is that Tinubu, they formed an alliance with Buhari and members of Abia, etc., to use Buhari's popularity in the north and the weight that Tinubu had in the southwest, but to use Buhari as the star boy to bullhorn Goodluck Jonathan out of office. Buhari serves his tenure, and then Tinubu gets a tenure. That's been the widely held understanding. So it wasn't any power sharing, anything. And that has been the narrative. I'm not surprised that you're not aware of this, because this has been a subsisting narrative for 7 odd years. So I'm not sure why you are not aware of that.
No, he's just
woman.
I don't know. That is mischief making, Abi. All right.
Yeah, woman.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Let's hear from X0.
Is it turn by turn Nigeria Limited? Anyway, that's not my question. My question is, Ajani Koko, do you know that this coming elections signifies the official end of APC as we know it? Because the aggrieved politicians are definitely going to pull out and put their weight in different, regional parties in order to look for possible collaborations or coalitions. But APC, as we know, will not be as powerful as it is anymore. Because Buhari has, like you all know, he has reneged on his arrangement with Tinubu. Because if he hasn't reneged, we wouldn't be having all this plethora of, avalanche of aspirants. For what?
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you in totality. So, but let's see how it's going to play out. What have we gained from them? It is better for them to break apart for the good of common man of Nigeria. These useless parties that they created for their own good and not for the good of Nigerian people should break apart and let us go our different political, let's go and align with different political camp regionally, and let us use that as to champion our cause, our regional cause at the national election, and we can work as cooperate, form an alliance based on agreement on what we're going to share among ourselves, and that is how we can have a nation restructure for the best interest of the common people in that country. That is what I stand for, and I wish that will happen.
Oh, all right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So let's acknowledge Plenty Water Super Chat, and then I'll move you on to another talking point. But again, that call, we set the target of 200 likes for the stream. We're just halfway there, but so tip us very quickly over that, not 200, but 100 likes. So tip us quickly over that over 100 likes, then so you just get me off your neck. So get me off your neck by the thumbing up and liking. So we get 100, and then I'll leave you alone. But you know Plenty of Water, of course, it likes to labor matters. It continues to labor. It says there are two types of delegates: ad hoc delegates and Saturday delegates. How are the ad hoc delegates selected, given that NEC oversees this process also? So there are two types of delegates: ad hoc delegates and Saturday delegates. How are the ad hoc delegates selected, given that NEC oversees this process also? So just briefly on that, and I really want to move on from this talking point. So do you want to address that, Ajan Lekoko, or shall we just leave the final word to Plenty Water?
I don't know what you mean by ad hoc and the other one. What did you say? Ad hoc delegate selected. Oh yes, statutory delegate. Yes.
Is it statutory or did you say
statutory?
Oh no, statutory. I read it as Saturday, so statutory. Yes, this
no,
is it.
Saturday.
I was reading it and I was saying Saturday, but yes, statutory. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Yes,
so there are two types of delegates: ad hoc delegates and statutory delegates. How are the ad hoc delegates selected, given that NEC oversees this process also? So that makes more sense.
Statutory are those that are elective members of the party, and the ad hoc are those that are appointees, like those that are like ministers, commissioners, advisors, and all the rest of them. You know, those that are not in elective position. You understand what I'm saying? So, but the statutory are those that are holding elective position, like, you know, governors, chairmen, councillors, and the party, what do you call it? The party executives. The party executives across the state. Those are the statutory, but the hard work are the appointees, like advisors, commissioners, ministers, and some other appointed position. So those are the ones that they're gonna. Those are the that's the two type of delegates that they have that they will bring to the convention. So, and I must tell you, the governors. This is where the governors play important role, because the governor could have 100 of advisors, and all of them will be qualified to come to the convention to vote for his own person of choice. So, so that is where governors play important role. They control the party. So all the executive of the party going to line up behind them. The commissioner going to line up behind them. The local government chairman around the country, you know, they are going to line up behind him, and their councillors and all of them, because he is the one most of the time that are in control of these people. They are most of them are holding office at his own mercy. So that is where I mean, that is what make the governors as a big weight politician when it comes to presidential primary. They have a lot of people that they bring to the primary, to the convention with them, and whoever they support, they will contribute strongly to possibly to the electoral victory of that person.
All right. Ajande Koko, let me move you swiftly on. I think we've labored that point enough. But let me move you now to this space, the introduction of the Yamato system within the Lagos paradigm. There was an incident that happened in Lagos State just a couple of days ago. I'm sure you're aware of it. I think we've touched on it on this platform before. A sound engineer he availed himself of the services of the Okada transportation system, and he got into an argument with the Okada rider over as little as 100 naira. And that, of course, automatically, that's why I said the Yamato system now being introduced into the Lagos space. And because of 100 naira, the Okada rider summarily killed this sound engineer. So that's now led to the governor of the state banning Okadas within the at least about 6 local government areas within that state, which is essentially almost the totality of that space. So this is now the Okada space, or the Fulani Hausa space within Lagos, clapping back to the governor. Hausa community seeks reversal of Okada ban, promises SANWO massive votes. So what they are saying is that they command as much as 2.7 million votes within Lagos State, and the weight of that vote is enough now for them not to be treated shabbily in the manner that they traditionally are in Lagos. So what are you then making of the Okada politics of Lagos State, Ajanle Koko?
The governor should stand by his the governor should stand by what he by the law. The Okada riders, I believe those, before he came out with clamp down on this Okada in those 6 local government, I believe he must have got a lot of complaints from those local government. And the incident that recently happened, brought him to the conclusion that yes, it is time to act, and to act fast. So in order to secure the peace in the state. We all know that the Okada rider have constituted a nuisance in that in Lagos State. They don't follow the rules, the traffic rule.
Do you agree with the ban? Just even not off the back of this incident, which is sufficient enough, but would you say that they are more nuisance than good to the Lagos State space, the Okada riders?
They are not.
Are they more of a nuisance than of any real public service, these Okada people?
They are not good for anything. They should be banned. And I want to believe that there's no day that Lagos will not record a death of somebody as a result of accident on Okada.
Yes, yes. One man. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. I just want to, give some information that this morning also there was a big problem in Lagos. As the Okada riders were driving policemen, they were pursuing policemen in Ojo town, Ojo and Okokomaiko, all those material was a no-go area today. So that others, pleading for lifting of the ban is they are just pretending. They want to get more chance because policemen were running away today. They were pursuing policemen. I have the videos, The video have been on the internet this morning. We have been advising our families, my senior sister, my brother, and then all my cousins. I called them not to, that's it. So sorry, sir.
No, that's fine. I'm not aware of that though, but that's Tony now introducing that to the space. So that's I'm not aware of that, but
you can call family to find out. You can call anybody to. Thank you, sir.
All right, but not at 12 p.m., but maybe later. As we were thinking, I was thinking about my own family members that are around that area. We have property in that Okokomaiko area, so we don't live there, but we have property there. But Ajanle Koko, back to you. So now this Okada, the Okada economy and the Hausa voting population, so they are now coming into play for 2023. 2.7 million voters they are claiming they have.
They are just bragging. Where did they have the 2.7?
I don't know. What is even the registered number of voters in Lagos?
The last election in Lagos, the president, the APC president did not have more than, I think, was 700,000 votes. Where are they with their 2-point-something million? Why didn't they come out to vote for him? And even the governor of Lagos State did not have more than maybe 900,000. It's less than, where did they have 2-point-something million? They are just bragging. They should just go and sit down. But the Lagos State should stand by that law. They should not, that law is long overdue. When we were growing up, we didn't have this nonsense Okada everywhere. And Lagos was better. There is nowhere you will go now that you won't see them crawling around, making noise and moving crazy everywhere.
The way they go between cars, they will
and they go between
bash
cars
up your windscreen, scratch your car, you know, kick out to vehicles. They're like vermin.
They're just yes.
Yes. See, I lived in Lagos. And before I left, in that state, that space is so congested that you cannot make, if you have like 5 or 10 trips, 10 assignments in a day, you cannot make more than 2 because of the traffic congestion. That is where these bike men come in. They can meander and take you wherever.
So
I'm suggesting
a necessary evil.
Yes, I'm suggesting that the Lagos state government should start buying bicycles to distribute to citizens, because people will not be able to meet up with their assignments. You just can't cancel it. Lagos is so congested, you cannot go from point A to point B without a bike. And the distance, you cannot trek it because it will wreck your health. So I don't see how these bike people are not going to be needed. It's either the governor has to distribute bicycles now, because people can no longer go to their works, to their place of work. Just count that out. That's why this bike.
Thomas, is that Thomas? Thomas?
No, that's not. That's X0.
Yeah, X0, please. We don't want to have all this keke nape. We don't want to have nothing other than kabu. You can use your private cars. The government have to develop our roads.
Sorry.
Have you lived in Lagos?
Yes.
Hold on, Tony. What X0 just explained, I'm not sure if you heard him. He's saying that the Lagos is so congested and traffic, as you know, is so go slow that for you to make an appointment, you have to do something that is as nimble as a motorbike.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, you'll just be stuck in traffic. So he's saying it's a necessary evil. But
no, we don't want these people to come. We let us develop our ferry services. We used to have, X0, you're not from Lagos. I live in Lagos. I drove in Lagos, kabu. So our ferry system from between Flour Mill and then between all the places, ferry. We have to have ferry services.
Where in Lagos did you live?
Can I live everywhere?
I live in Ikeja, I live in Apapa, Mesonelli Street.
Have you gone from that place?
You are taking us in a different direction. Sorry, X0.
Yes, I have families in Ajogule.
All right, thank you. So I think your point subsists, X0. But Lagos is too congested not to have a nimble traffic system. But let's hear from I was just going to say we've not heard from Bia, but Bia, let's hear from you.
Hi, woman. Hello, everyone else. Mr. Tony, X0 is a compulsory citizen of Nigeria. His view is necessary and vital and should be listened to, just like your one as well. Don't say he's not from Lagos, so his point is 0.
No, not me. He will say that I'm not from Lagos. Sorry that he's from Lagos. But what I'm saying that how low shall we go to be going to bicycle and keke nape? We have to have ferry system. It's very easy. Or if not badges to transport cars between Apapa to Lagos to Marina. You know what I'm talking about. Then all those places. One man was discussing about one time also that like all those Lekki, we have Atlantic Ocean. Let us see how that's how it's been done here, in Europe and in America.
My own contribution is that
yes,
not everyone is a good bicycle rider. First of all, they break the rules when they are riding those bikes. They ride it as if they are riding an ordinary, they're very reckless. My own contribution is that if they can make maybe much more flyovers and kind of roads for bikes and separate them, the congestion is too much. And just like Exiro said, the traffic is destructive to people's appointments to work and stuff like that. And they need to be trained properly. Not everyone should mount the bike. The lives of people are in danger as well. People who can't control their temper, just fighting anyhow on the street and making it unbearable for others. There needs not to be, bloodshed. There should be control. Create the balance between bike, motor and people that are walking. It's too congested. There needs to be maybe more flyovers, or it should be properly controlled or banned, to save lives. But if they ban it, how are we going
it cannot be banned? Yeah, that's the thing. That's the question, isn't
so there
it?
needs to be, people need to educate whoever that wants to mount the bike, whether they are Fulanis or Igbos or Yoruba. I don't care, as long as they are responsible.
Yes.
To ride.
And this is where their serikis come in. All these serikis something or the agege here.
Yeah, it's not about tribal. It's not tribal. It's not about voting. We don't want their million votes.
Yeah.
There will be an unemployment disaster also if that
one man
is banned.
One man.
If we are being honest.
No, there will be an unemployment disaster. They will simply go back to the north.
Sorry, CBD. You know one thing that can help Lagos State, if they don't want to decongest the state, they can start with people's residence. In most parts of like where we live here in Europe, people actually walk. They don't walk like you live in one place and you're walking like 20 kilometers away. No, you are living around the place you are walking. If they can construct in such a way that people live around the areas they are walking, so that they don't have to travel miles, it will be better. Otherwise, Lagos have driven from point A to point B. There was no, in fact, from 6-7 o'clock, you cannot move anymore.
That's somewhat far-reaching what you're saying, but what Tony was saying is probably something that they have not. That a good. Did they say that 60% of Lagos is water? And they don't have a water transportation system. So what Tony was actually saying is an easier, quicker way. You just have all these ferry hubs that will just ferry cars and water, and it's a space that they should have controlled a long time ago, and that will free up then the motorway.
They tried it. They tried it. I even use the ferry. Sometimes I use it from the Apapa Wharf to CMS.
Yeah, from flour mill, from flour mill, eh?
Yeah, from flour mill to CMS.
Yes. That was, as kids, we don't know. So we take there. Eh? I mean, we can take a cars from Sulere. We land at Apapa. Then we go to flour mill. Then we cross over to Lagos. We go to Babich and come back home again.
But some of those places where the ferries land are not so safe at night.
Yeah, but this is where the government should come in. They should expand that space, because if you're saying 60% of Lagos is water, and water is a transportational, it's a transportable, whatever the word is, space. So why don't you build a transportation network around that? Make it safe and secure. Yeah, and that is an easier reach than to reconfigure everything just to ease up the traffic. The solution is already there.
Yeah, one man. Another complication again is that these people that are coming to drive the bike, they don't know our terrain, and then they just take trailer, drop them there, and then this people,
we're not doing. Okay, all right, all right, but we're not. We already said we are not doing attack the north.
No, we're not doing that. Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah,
all right. Let me just go back to Plenty Water, who is somewhat saying that we have to be careful. It says we have been misinformed. So he's still on that delegate space. So he's saying that we must be mindful that we do not misinform. And then he goes on to expand on that space. It says no, statutory delegates are those party members that have held public offices before. Former presidents, governors, deputy governors, former national and state House of Assembly members, and current. So those are what constitutes statutory delegates.
I think it's right.
What,
yes,
what
yes,
a wonderful job
yeah.
Water is
Can you
doing.
hold on? Can you hold on? Because this is the thing. That's the essence of the conversation now. So if you get it wrong, somebody pulls you up, because the last thing we want to do is to misinform. It says statutory delegates are those party members that have held public offices before: former presidents, governors, deputy governors, former national and state House of Assembly members, and current. So he goes on to add, there's a follow on super chat from Plenty Water. And then he goes on to add, it says ad hoc delegates emerge from congresses held in all the worlds nationwide, not local governments, but worlds, which means it is open to highest bidder and strength, and not a governor or godfather alone. So essentially, he's saying the field is a lot more open than we were somewhat discussing. Ad hoc delegates emerge from congresses held in all the worlds nationwide, not local governments but worlds, which means it is open to the highest bidder and strength, and not a governor or godfather alone. So that is Plenty Water then speaking to the conversation and adding some knowledge to what is being discussed.
Who control the local government? Is it not the governors who often control, organize the election for the local government area? And is it not the governor? Well, you're right.
The one thing that defeats him is just that Fayose space when Peter Obi went, and the delegates.
The governor that control largely most of these places. I mean, all the local government chairmen and the ward, officers and all these things are under the local government chairman, and largely most of them are in the same group with the governors, because they are the one that put their support behind the governorship candidate that emerges as that give the governor that ticket to contest in the first place before he become the governor. So they are in the same, most of the time they are in the same group. So governor control them. They are governor's men most of the time. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying that we don't have some exceptional cases where the governor does not control some of the local government, but every state where you see a governor in control, believe that governor controls most of the local government.
All right, thank you, John Lekoko. So, and by the way, guys, we're still pushing for that 100 likes. We have well in excess of 200 people joining us. Thank you, but we are looking for 100 likes or more. So we are getting there, but not fast enough. So click and get us to the 100, and I will shut up my mouth about thumbing up the like button. But as you go about that, let's give the floor to Plenty Water, who are still on that space. It says, don't let us make the same mistake as Showore's lack of understanding that parties are alliances of different mini associations and segments, to each their own on agendas within the party in every word. So don't let us make the same mistake as Showore, his lack of understanding that parties are alliances of different mini associations and segments, to each their own on agendas within the party in every word. So essentially, he's just nailing down that understanding of the way the delegate system works. And Jafar comes in, he says, both Ajan Lekoko and Plenty Water are right. And then he goes on to say, elected and nominated officials, including ex-officials, are statutory delegates at convention. So hopefully we've expanded that space. Hopefully we have not now misinformed anymore. So there it is, and there it is. But then the 2.7 million voters are bookies. Do they even know what a vote is? They will go there and think they're sharing food or something? What? So that space, Ajanle Koko.
Just ask Jafar that question.
Yeah. Is that somewhat of a threat, would you say, to...
I'm joking, Jafar. Don't come for my head.
Don't worry, it will, you know. But is that somewhat of a threat to somewhat that, look, we have electoral potency too, so respect us? Is that essentially what they are saying?
Yes, they are just trying to threaten. They know that this is election period. They know we are preparing for 2023 election, and they using that, making that statement to threaten them. And they know that politicians are always scared of election figure, particularly when some group of people are threatening them that we are not going to vote for you. Politicians are always scared of losing a vote from a particular group of people, and that's why they are using that statement. But they don't have they have not demonstrated that they have the figure in the previous election we have held, the 2.5 million figure. You put the figure of APC and PDP, the result, all the result is not up to 2.2 million. They are threatening that they have. You see, the last election, I think on the presidential election, I think Buhari had, how many did he have? Maybe like 500,000 or 600,000, and Atiku 500,000 or 400,000. And if you put that together, it's not up to 1.5 million votes. So where did they have their where were they? Where did they put their vote then? So they are just bragging, they are just threatening the governor, but the governor should not listen to them. Lagos should transform to a modern city. We cannot continue to have this kind of miscreants running around, criminals using bike, hiding under the disguise that, yes, they are unemployed, earning their livelihood, and constitute nuisance in the state that we grew up that was not like this. We never had Okada when we are growing up. The Okada system came.
But Lagos is twice the mass of when we were growing up. Lagos was just a sedate, quite civilized space. Now everybody, Lagos is just it's a real. It's almost like some Chinese place now. You can't walk without. You can't go for a stroll without coming across 10,000 people.
Yes, what I'm telling you, one man, is that this Okada nonsense came in the late 80s. And this system of Okada, you can never find it any part of Yoruba land before. This nonsense came in the 80s. And I think this idea of Okada came from the south or from the southeast side. It's never part of us. It's constituted nuisance. It should be stopped. It should be stopped. Lagos must, the government of Lagos must live up to their responsibility by improving on transportation system in Lagos State.
Point of correction, it didn't come from southeast. In southeast, we ride bicycle, not Okada. Make your research very well, my bro.
Don't worry, now for Benin from come, because they're not Benin,
sorry. Maybe from Benin, yeah.
From Benin City, yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Sorry, my Igbo brother. That was just.
I know you are not against it. We love you, Aja.
Yes, it comes from Benin. It's from the Benin side. Yeah, we don't have it. We don't ride. We ride on taxi. Go to any part of Yoruba land. It is taxi that we ride on. If you don't ride on public transport. As a matter of fact, when I was growing up, when I left Lagos to school in Ogun State, and the amount we uses to go on Molue or Danfo in Lagos is what we use to board on cab in Ogun State back then. As a student, I will enter cab. I will not enter Danfo. So let me tell you this. Lagos State has been working on this mass transit system. This is what they need to double their effort on, complete it as quick as possible, and let's start using that. But they should scrape off all this nonsense. Government must stand up for big idea, big decision. This is a big decision. We know that, yes, some people ride Okada to end their livelihood, but when you see some of them using it as a means of committing crime, no, the government must stand up and say, full stop, stop and stop. So SANWO is working on the mass transit. The light rail will soon start functioning.
Should Lagos have a Hausa Fulani population? Should it?
Oh no, they are Nigerians. Every Nigerians can live in any part of Nigeria. So some Igbo live in Lagos, Yoruba live in Igbo land.
Should they go through an orientation process? Should they go through an orientation process before they can live in a place like Lagos? I'm only saying that because imagine somebody coming from Borno to come and live in Lagos, you know, and he wants to live the way, or maybe Sokoto is even a bit civilized, but somebody coming from Borno or Kebbi to come and live in Lagos without going through some sort of orientation, some sort of like a process or program to assimilation process.
Yes,
it will be a mess now. It will be a mess.
Bono and Kanuri. So you don't want them to meet their brothers. I thought you guys are related historically.
No, but seriously though, they should go through some orientation process. I feel, you know,
this is why we need
one man. They are part of Nigerians.
Yes, they are part of Nigerians. That's why I'm saying they should not. I'm not saying they should be deported, but they should go through some orientation process.
I want to say something. I believe that there are other people that are not Fulanis or Hausas, that are Igbos, Yorubas, that are not playing by the rules as well, that are not educated. It's not all Easterners, Southerners are educated. Even education is not just going to school. Some of us that are even educated act even worse than some that are non-educated, you see. So it's just to be law-abiding.
No, I'm not even saying education. I'm talking about orientation, the mindset.
Orientation is part of education, my friend. Yeah. Huh? It's a system of, you know, creating awareness of the environment to the people, put them through. You know, you go to, you educate and get educated. Education educate you as well.
I think they should be warehoused and then processed into society. They should not just. You can't just come from Borno now and just go and rent a.
Man, are you processing them? Are they meat? Are they for more or meat?
No, they will be warehoused and taken through some program. Is this not what we are saying? Is this not what we are saying? This is what we are saying now.
Concentration camp.
Not concentration camp, so some nice little. They teach them.
They do it in Netherlands. They do it in Netherlands.
Is that not what they do? They do not take you through orientation. If you go to Germany, they program. Yes,
it's called the MVV.
Can't just come from Borno and just
give start giving them visa, then you can now do your MVV.
Release them. No, they can't. They are Nigerians now, but you can't just release them.
Okay, now that's the difference. You know, because they are Nigerians, they don't need visa to come. So you don't need that immigrational.
I'm not saying that in jest, by the way. We should. I mean, we can't just. You can't come from Borno.
But one man, we have to blame the Lagos. We have to blame the government. Government did not regulate that Okada economy well. The transportation system, the Okada economy did not pep.
Is that not under MCO Lomo's portfolio?
So they didn't regulate it well to function in a modern way. You understand? If they have, have a regulatory body that, monitor it in such a way that they can function, they can know them, they can identify them, they can have identification for these people, and they can have a code of conduct on how to operate. These will have been a different case. But every Dick and Harry can just come from anywhere jump on Okada, as long as MC Oluomo and all the rest of them, those organizations responsible for their upkeeping, can, as long as they can pay their dues, that's fine. They don't care. So they don't know who is who that operate in that industry. So at this time that they have constituted nuisance and they have brought criminality that threaten the security of the state, they have to stop it. Let Lagosians find their way to wherever they want to go. We must all go through pains. Sometimes we have to sacrifice.
And that habit that they have of clearing, clearing their throat and spitting everywhere and defecating, they have to go through it. But is that not what they do now? That is what they do. How many people go in Lagos? We don't do that. We have to come from Bono and come from Bono.
It's not only the Fulanis and HAUSAs that split and desiccate. One man.
We have to spit all over the place.
You know, say one man on the good verse. One man on the good verse. As long
one man on the verse, it's just a
not the verse, but this is a don't tire around. Make una listen, please. Let us hello, my brothers and sisters. Hello, my brothers and sisters. One man on the good verse. When one man don't verse, say water don't pass Gary. Because we are just confused. I'm even surprised that Ajani Koko is even not steadfast like that we should orientate this poor and trade them. No, we don't want. We should eradicate bicycle out of our.
No, we are not eradicating people now. Why you?
No. I said the bicycles. So the bags. I said that we should try to look for another way, another means of transportation. It wouldn't take more than 2 months to establish. Just tell the weathers in Nigeria to build badges, to transport cars.
Well, they have to build badges.
One man.
All right.
Yes,
all right.
Weathers are very the weathers.
Well, don't build badges now. That's high engineering.
Come to Germany. No. Weathers are weathers. Whether they come from Polytechnic, they come from a technical school or from the roadside, they're all working. They're the one building ships and everything. What kind of country are we? We can't build ships. What happened to our dockyard? What happened to our snake island?
Well, that should build ships.
No, it's weathers. If you come to Germany here, those weathers, they are the one who they earn more than doctors. But they go to university, they go to be weathers.
It takes a lot. Though we can build ships, but I don't think that will solve the immediate problem. The immediate problem.
What the hell are you saying that we have
a please, man. We have actually built ships before. There's a place in Lagos called Snake Island. We have a place called Snake Island. This is going back to
we abandon it.
What sort of ship did you build, please? Can you explain?
I can't recall because this is going back a few decades, but
real merchant ship that carry container and real big ship.
Before we forget,
Nigeria has done a good thing in the past, so it's just that it's in the hand of Jaga people that have nothing in their head.
I believe we have good resources. We can make Nigeria better if there are good plans and structures put in place, and especially people must keep the rules. Rules breaking in Nigeria is very, very rampant.
That is our biggest. Don't forget Peter Obi, please now. That's our biggest problem. Rule breaking in Nigeria. We don't observe rules. If we
just want shortcuts, we don't want to do it right.
Don't forget. The Lagos State government has invested heavily on the train system. I think it's going to be part of the reason why they have the confidence to ban Okada. But I don't know when that train system is going to be launched. If it is launched, it is the fastest way of traveling.
It's the first quarter of next year. They are launching it in the first quarter of next year.
Yeah, so that is what I was speaking to, that they should double their effort so that they can this light rail and they should get them on track. Like is it the blue line or the red line, the one that we move from?
Yeah, both of them. I think both of them are coming on stream in the first quarter of next year.
So that one can move about maybe 5,000 people from Alagbado to Ido within 8 minutes. Imagine from Alagbado to Ido, 8 minutes in Lagos. 5,000 people.
And they should make it cheap as well, not the way they are doing with this train that nobody can afford.
Yeah, this one that Buhari and his Amaechi build is just to don't let me say too much so that I will not offend in CBD. He doesn't want you to say anything against Amaechi. I don't want to offend my friend. So Lagos State should ban it. Let us go through the pains. Let them go and relax. Let us have some spaces. Let people walk if they need to walk. Let people walk. All this Okada, this thing. Every day people die on Okada, Okada accident. No, we have to stop it. Government must not allow this. Lagos is an international city. Everybody knows Lagos around the world. But
and also those downfalls, they should standardize it. The real cleansing is
needed. Yes, all these we need to scrap them, and let's be modern for God's sake. How can we be doing all this nonsense and backwardness that the way we operate our city with backwardness? We need to move forward and be on the same line with other progressive nation in the world. We need to be doing some good thing, good transportation system, with light rail, ferry services, and buses. I mean, we can do it. It's not impossible. We can do it. So let Lagos State stand by and forget about those one threatening about 2 million votes. Where did they have 2 million
2.7 or 2.7?
And again, one man, I want to add something. I want to add something. Yeah, one man.
All right, let's hear from. Hold on, let's hear from Bia, and then I'll acknowledge the super chats that have come in, and then Ajane Koko, I'll go on to X0 just for reasons of time. So Bia, to you.
What I want to add is that I believe the system in Lagos may be creating much more mental problems for people, because imagine you go into such crowd with the way the bikes charge at you, the congestion. You will end up having panic attacks and not want to even come outside. Plus, how those people perch on the Molue shouting or Joto Jata shouting. Is there a way that most things, the structures in Lagos could, be organized properly to work efficiently, for the people? Do you think that shouting by those conductors is necessary? Don't you think that people should know there should be directions or things like maps? It should evolve.
It doesn't even need maps, because Lagos already has motor parks where people go to board, like in Ojota, for instance. So all they needed to do was just to clean it up and then have just like a sign to say that this is the Ore, going to Ore, this is the line for Benin, and then people know where it is, and then they line the buses up, the vehicles up in order, and then you know which one is next, and then you bought that one, and then you're on your way. There's no hard science to it. It's not.
But for foreigners, there are some foreigners, maybe write it in different languages,
No.
Because it's a
who
business.
Are the foreigners? What foreigners?
You have people that are from outside Nigeria. Lagos is big, man. A lot of people, Tanzania.
They should be writing it in French. What are you talking about?
No. I mean, write it clearly. Maybe in certain, adopt a system whereby it can direct people who don't, really understand.
Everybody in the world speaks English. Everybody in the world speaks English. So get all of that.
Like when you go to train stations, you see directions. Even sometimes, you have a leaflet, something you can read that can direct you and stuff like that, just to reduce that noise. Because I know Lagos is a busy place, but I never love living in Lagos because I prefer that is really quiet and farm green area. I have relatives, they prefer Lagos, it's fast lane, but every time I entered Lagos, I fall sick because of the
the pollution and
it's not the pollution. The noise alone, you end up having, you can't even hear each other when when people are talking. You know, it's just really, it's a good place for business, but it needs to be controlled and, you know, lecture people on, you know, put the structures in place and make sure people obey the rules, especially traffic lights, you know. So.
To be fair, it's not every part of Lagos, but yeah, if you come out on the main road, that Badagry Expressway that is stretching from Okoko, Agbara,
Look at this guy.
That Badagry Expressway, you know, I spent a lot of time in Yanopaja. Our place, you know, they have the road there, they were working on it for a very long time. And before I left, it was really, you know, the road had improved a lot. Then I went to those Isolo, all those sides. But you see that Badagry Expressway, that's the problem. Okoko is like a hell hole. Okoko, Agbara, you know, Agbara is even okay because we have Agbara industrial area, you know, those places are better. But you see Okoko.
All right, that Okoko is a hellhole. You know, it's a swampy area, and when the rain falls, when you go into a divot, it almost sweeps up half your car. The water is almost at like door level. It's just it's quite an experience in Nigerian space. But let me acknowledge the super chat, and then I want to go to X0. This is Plenty Water now super chatting to that narrative still, just to nail down the point. It says a governor went through primaries. A governor went through primaries. Are we going to say the opposition that lost at the primaries don't have his or her own caucus within the party? Same for local government chairman's opposition that lost. So essentially, he's just speaking to the structures that people presume that our governors have within the state. He's saying that might not be the case. A governor went through primaries. Are we saying, are we going to say that the opposition that lost the primaries don't have his or her own caucus within the party? So that is to say that the caucus, by the way, that the opposition would have would almost certainly cascade to the government, to the governor rather. If that person loses, they may still hold. So well, I don't know. It's somewhat a convoluted space. So it says a governor went through primaries. Are we going to say that the opposition that lost at primaries don't have his or her own caucus within the party? Same for local government chairman's opposition that lost. So that is Plenty Water nailing down that point. So it moves on then to another point, Plenty Water still with the super chat. It says, moving on, can we please differentiate Okada for commercial purposes to Okadas for private? So I didn't know there were I never know what Plenty Water talks about. It says, moving on, can we please differentiate Okada for commercial purposes to Okada for private? You can't ban a motorcycle in a civilized environment. So Okada is essentially for commercial purposes. So motorcycles are not Okadas. Motorcycles for transportation are Okadas. So it's not motorcycle riding that is being banned. It is motorcycle for commercial mass transportation, which is the Okada space that is being banned. So that is that ban then. So that's that understanding of that. So Ajande Koko, let me go on to yeah. Hold on. I think. Hold on. So sorry, I'm just wanting to make sure that I've covered all the super chats that have come in. Okay. So yeah. So let me go into this one as well. So this is still Plenty Water speaking via super chat. It says, please let's educate the governors so that power bike owners and motorcycle owners are not being harassed. Last time I checked, every driving school will teach that motorcycles has right of way as cars. So let's educate the governors so that power bike owners and motorcycle owners are not being harassed. Last I checked, every driving school will teach that motorcycle has right of way. So as I said, quite a distinction between. I think essentially when you are saying carrying a passenger is essentially what defines you. And I think that the bikes that the Okada transport system uses is quite unique and peculiar. So I don't think there's any mistake in a motorbike, even a power bike, rider with an Okada person. So to that. So it says okay, did you super chat that twice? Plenty water. Yes, indeed, you did. Yeah, so you super chatted the same thing twice. So that's been covered. Then it goes on still, plenty water. It says Okada is being banned because of the hospitals. Looking at the number of Okada accidents, it overwhelms the hospitals available. When you ban Okada, you help the hospitals and save lives. So yes, of course, that I concur with. So yes, and I say that Rational Mind but Jafar, they've resumed hostilities. So gentlemen, have fun, but just keep the language 100. So it's just the language. So speak as you will, but just the language. So let's go on from there to X0. And let's take X0 then to this narrative. Herdsmen taking over Abia Road. So essentially, the whole of Abia State now has been subsumed by the herdsmen who are just picking people up at will, on the motorway, especially in the one that leads up to the university in Abia State. But what really staggers me is that there are police checkpoints on that particular road. There are police checkpoints and military checkpoints. And in between those two checkpoints, these Fulani herdsmen, they're just at will picking up people randomly, taking them into the bushes and demanding 10 million naira from their families. So what is this then, the goings on within the Southeast, X0?
Oh my, very comedian.
What's that?
The whole of the Southeast have been submerged, or how did you say?
No, not the whole of this. That space has been.
So, the whole of Abia State.
Yeah. This is what they are. It's not me saying it now. The Abian indigenous, they are saying their state has been subsumed by our bookies.
One man. I think the basic, from my own analysis of what you just read, I think for one, I feel the herdsmen themselves. Let me put myself in their shoes, and then try to, speak from their own side of the issue. I see them as people who don't really.
You want to have a balanced view with the Fulani herdsman narrative, all right?
Yes. If I am the Fulani herdsman and I'm still patrolling the east, that means I am not getting enough information about what is really happening concerning the UGM, the IPOP, and all the other groups that are in force, that hold sway. Even police checkpoints are not safe. So I think it is advisable for the herdsmen who are doing this to back up, because right now the climb is not favorable to them.
But they've been doing it since 2021, and they've completely consumed and overwhelmed the space. The whole of Abia State under herdsmen.
You will see that you will understand that these people are getting encouragement from some quarters to continue their business, even after so much hostilities. Because if I am one of them, I will avoid the Southeast. So that will explain to you why you still see them around. I think they live in the bushes and they don't get information as to what is the current state of affairs in any particular state they march into. Because after everything that has been said and done, and you still hear of herdsmen patrolling. I don't know how are these bushes. I don't know. Then it makes me even wonder.
Were we not assured that the forestries has been secured by ESN?
Yes,
so
and the good.
So is that part of the just peperimpe talk that we hear from the
That's
East all
what
the
I'm
time?
saying.
Yeah.
From all quarters, they are just giving us lies because what is Hetman doing in the southeast? Where is the IPOB guys? Where is the Ebubuagu guys? You understand? If the forests are secure,
the ESN is just a figment of their imagination. There's no such thing. They say our gallant something, or it's just a nonsense.
No,
isn't it, really?
I don't know. This just reminds me of the days of the Biafran.
You're playing right into one man's trap.
No, but what they are reporting from Abia State
I'm not trying to play into it. Well, that's why I'm analyzing what he just read. I'm saying, if that is the case, I put myself in the headsman's shoes. I say to the headsman, I say from the headsman's point of view, he must not have gathered enough information about the hostilities in Nigeria in general, especially the southeast. That the southeast they even banned cow meat. So I don't know which headsman now, or maybe is bandits without cows. But if you say these people, you call them headsmen, that means they are patrolling with cows. If they're not patrolling with cows, I can't call them herdsmen. I'll say they are bandits.
It's the people of Abia State that, because this eyewitness account and accounts from victims that are falling prey to these people, they said they have seized control of that space since 2021. So this is well into 2022. So going on a year now, essentially, the Abia State now somewhat vested upon by the Fulani headsmen, and they just casually picked up.
You forgot to even mention, is there another thing you read? Because from what you read, you're talking about a place called Okigwe something road.
Yes.
That it happened. So when did they start complaining?
That's in Abia State now. No, that's in Abia State.
So how is it the whole Abia State? That's just a corner, like a road, a small corner that something happened. The one that.
And I know that Abia State is close to another state. I don't know if it is close to the border or something like that between another state.
But this runs contrary to this now chest-beating, endless ESN, our gallant men wearing all these black. What is it called?
One man, does this news not contradict what the federal government are publicizing, labeling these ESN that they are attacking people? Because actually, who are the people that
they are attacking? They are attacking the indigents. They are not going after Fulani heads. I've never.
No, there was a time. No, there was a time they said the Amaechi Allahs came to give. Have you forgotten when before this the southern governors came together to have a meeting? There was a time they all in the media that the ESN, the IPOP are attacking the Amaechi Allah, said they are going to revenge and stuff like that. Have you forgotten how everything started? So who are those people? Are they people that are playing propaganda by the government? What's going on? Because we don't know who to believe now, what news to believe. I just don't trust the media and what people are saying until you go there and there is an eyewitness. All these things to me are babash. How can they ban? How can they be banned by people patrolling, cows on the road, and then they're saying at one corner in Okigwe or somewhere in Abia there are herdsmen doing this and that? I don't believe that. I do not.
That's it's just like they don't know the Southeast again. The Southeast that even some of the leaders are scared of coming home. So I don't know how that story emerged. But I'm suspecting that area which you are talking about is close to an escape route where they can easily come and then go out of the state again. But to say that they are patrolling confidently in the Southeast, I find it hard to believe. But I've heard already before. There was a news that came like about 1 year ago about that Okigwe road that the herdsmen operated there. That was when the herdsmen, when we're hearing of the herdsmen killing people in the bush and forest, that they were doing. In fact, there was a school around there that people actually had to run out of the school because of the herdsmen's problem. So when I heard that Okigwe road again, I'm thinking that place is close to an escape route. So that's what I just.
If that is a known space of activity, why has something not been done? And let's discount the ESN because they are not obliged to do anything. But the Nigerian army and certainly the Nigerian police are obliged to do something. And the eyewitness account of that space telling us that there are checkpoints along those roads, along that particular road. But these people now, they've been operating for at least 1 year. So how come there's been no move, to put a stop to it? Because it will only be one gang. It will only be one gang.
We cannot say that is true. We cannot, because remember, things that are being put in the media, it could be for some purposes, maybe to tell other Fulani herdsmen that, oh, that place is not as hot as they are acting, or you can go there and carry all your cows and do whatever you like. But then I don't believe.
No, this is an account from the eastern space, so it's not. This is the easterners.
Unless this is new, unless this is most recent, but since 2021 till now, I don't believe it.
We have not been hearing anything now, and
we've not been hearing. In fact,
I've got people that traveled home and said they don't have those, before they used to.
Well, no, you can't say that. No.
I'm from there. You're telling me I can't say that when you're saying things about
Abia State is not
you can't say that.
All right, let me share this with. I'm only saying you can't say that because this is Lizzie Ikechukwu Ukono. My younger brother was kidnapped yesterday in school. Please, guys. Yes, be with us in prayers. The Lord is my dear Lord, I trust you, and all that.
I believe that these herdsmen are everywhere in Nigeria. They're in Southwest as well, and there are some.
We're not even doing.
Let me finish. Let me land. I'm not trying to say, trying to squash the news. I'm saying that there are things that are happening in Nigeria that are unreported as well. It could happen not just in the Southeast, but the fact that something like that happened in Southeast doesn't mean that that place is not hostile for cow rearer, Fulani herdsmen that have said, okay, don't move your cows on, where it will hurt people and stuff like that.
They are operating at will in Abia State. The whole place has been subsumed.
That is not true.
That would be a suicide mission.
That is
and the report said they have been operating since last year there.
Since 2021. It's on the screen.
Well, so what are they on Gondon doing? What are you people saying now, Ajanle Koko? You said use your teeth to count. Use your tongue to count your teeth, Ajanle Koko.
Let me bring you. Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Let me bring you about 3 paragraphs or so. Another resident, and it is on your screen as well. Another resident who pleaded anonymity told correspondents that kidnappers of Fulani extraction had turned the highway to their den, attacking at any time of the day and picking up commuters after which ransom would be demanded. He explained that the activity had been on since 2021, yet there is no security intervention to curb the menace. He said, so the kidnap incident on that route has been on since last year. I know about 2 persons from Michael Okpara University who were kidnapped whilst traveling on that road. One was a lecturer, the other a student. It is like the only road leading to Abia State University. The worst part of it is that there are police and army checkpoints along that road. Today, the people stormed the highway to protest the insecurity in the space. So when I'm saying that the Abia State has been subsumed by Fulani herdsmen who now hold sway over that state, it is not me even saying that, it is a resident of the state that is saying that.
But you're saying Abia State instead of the road. And
is the road in Sokoto is in Abia State now?
So now one man, the Ipobians are not the ones killing them now, Debbie.
You see, this also confirms the long stand that people have always believed that anywhere you see these so-called military checkpoints or police, just next to it, these people are having the activity. So All these things that they are accusing this some of these security or operators of doing, I think there's some credibility to it. Every time you hear that security is here and the next corner they are robbing or they are, so I think there's a political, and it's like a larger conspiracy. These people are just trying to, they are
But
aiding
it's not impossible though. It could happen, but
they are aiding. It's possible, to be honest, but I think they are being aided and protected by some security
technically
operatives.
it can happen anyway. Even if you go to heavily protected areas, crime still happen
I'm
there.
telling you of so military people that were taking down cameras that ESN and IPOB installed in some places in Imo State. And what was the purpose of those cameras? So that they will find out those people that they're accusing that they are going to attack specific businesses, because they were accusing IPOB and ESN, and those guys had installed cameras, and it was the military men that went there and was bringing everything down. For what purpose? So that's why there is a truth to these things that we are saying, that some of these, I can't say all of them for sure, but I know that some of these military men,
the attacks and all that,
they are complicit in what is going on in the insecurity. And even someone like Danjuma, all these people have come out and said the same thing. So what are we pretending like we don't know
what
that
you are
we're
saying? What you are saying in CBD is not far from the truth. There was an incident. I mean, we treated it here too, about one celebrity that was kidnapped too, in group of with some of his group member, and at Kogi State. He said at the point where he was kidnapped, police and military post was not far from there. From where he said he just passed the military checkpoint, and just like a block away, the Fulani herdsmen came out from the bush, stopped them, took them down from the vehicle, and took them into the bush. They were 9 in number, and 5 of them were released because they are women.
And the 5 ran to the police checkpoint, and they told the army checkpoint and just ignored them. They told them to get lost.
They told them to get. So it's just alarming. Yes, it's true. So what CDB is saying is not far from true. So they are complicit, the military, even the military, the top, what's the name of the chief of army staff? Chief of army staff said it recently that the greatest challenge they are facing in the military is that the military is infiltrated with Okada members.
Yes, lucky Rabo with terrorists.
Yes.
That is the repentant Boko Haram.
And after hearing all that, we'll come here and say IPOB, ESN. These people they have a very evil agenda, and it's already working, So.
But what the one man is saying is that all this story about ESN is in the bush.
They are gallant men. They are gallant men. Why are they doing like that all the time? Where is it now?
Are you saying we don't have Fulani herdsmen in the southwest? What are your security guys?
We don't have gallant ESN now. We don't have gallant ESN. You have gallant ESN.
What are your Amoteku doing to the people?
They will never dare come to the because the gallant ESN, the gallant
ESN. Let's put it this way.
What are Amoteku doing about the Western? Some of the Westerners are in the IDP camp. So all Nigerians are going through this calamity, regardless what region it is. That's all my point is. I'm not rejoicing that it's Igbo or Yoruba. So they need to do something to organize Nigeria properly. Otherwise, these agitations will not stop. It doesn't matter which area crime should be condemned. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I believe
You
that
are
these
right.
people cannot operate now without even some kind of military or police protection.
It is clear. It is clear that the police, especially the army, they are complicit with these
They are
people.
They are
complicit.
making
They
money
are.
from those
They are.
ransom
How
too.
many
A
times
lot
have
of
we
people
seen
even
those
say they
videos of?
supply them guns.
How many times have
I
we
mean,
seen those videos
well,
of
one
soldiers
man
running in the
that
bush and
report,
saying that they
the
have been
one for
abandoned and all that?
the
We
Oki,
saw the one here.
Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Go in CBD and then Ajale Koko. Yeah.
We
Go.
saw the one here that a soldier said how he was about to open fire on terrorists and his own colleague shot him in the waist. You know, it was a call that the guy made to, I don't know, TVC. So we have seen all these things, and yet we are still expecting that, you know, when people are talking about securing their land, we are saying, oh, ESN, why should they form an illegitimate security outfit? And meanwhile, the military themselves, members of the military have come out time and time again to tell us that some of their people are involved in this thing. So what are we talking about? Nobody can save us from the federal government. That's what it means. So people need to, protect themselves any way they know how to do it. You know?
All right. But let me just use this moment to address something quickly. It's just a comment from Jafar that sort of caught my eye earlier on when I was just doing that Tom pin. So it says, one man, the dehumanization of Northerners on your platform is not new to me or any Northerner listening to the platform. So if your intention was to offend me, you have a huge task to achieve that. So, Jafar, certainly not the intention to offend. And I think a lot of people would have clued up to the fact that I was saying that in humor. There's no culture. Well, it's one of the cultures I admire the most. The northern culture, the Doba, the elegant, the civilized ways. You know, we've had debates here before that.
Jafar, we love you.
I've always insisted that the Fulani women are the prettiest in Nigeria. So a lot to admire in that culture.
We love Jafar as
you
a
hold
person.
on, yeah. They've been civilized for longer than most because their culture goes deep. So abandon all that. I think that was humorous. Don't put my northern audience off, Jafar, with your rascally ways. We know you, Jafar.
We love Jafar as a person. We're not attacking the whole.
We used to love Jafar, but he doesn't love us anymore.
He loves us. He loves us. He loves us. He's just in the background.
Unrequited love that is not reciprocated. This is Jafar.
Jafar, we love you. Come back and join us here. Let's dine together. I don't know what you're doing in the background.
Can this Jafar guy join this program one day at least?
No. He used to come regularly until Ajale Koko bullied him and he stopped coming.
No one bullied Jafar. No one bullied him. Ajale Koko never bullies anyone. He's the most upright
person. I'm only joking.
Jafar is not a bully. Ajale Koko is not a bully.
But Jafar, you should know the humor by now. It's just of course, it's just in jest, but it's all fun. But back to
Jafar, you have a task in your hand. Why don't you help us out? Maybe you can reach those headsmen and speak to them. We're all one Nigeria. We should love one another.
Jafar is an Ajebota now. You probably know a headsman before Jafar would know. Jafar is just some Ajebota boy now. Mommy. He's a mommy's boy.
He's chopping government.
He's a mommy's boy.
We love
Jafar
you, Jafar,
doesn't know, if he doesn't know the right way to waka, they will carry him too.
Yeah, Jafar is a Ajebota boy, you know.
They will kidnap him.
But back to you, X0. I only brought that story really to finally cap all that narrative that we hear that, they would never dare come and the gallant, so that ends that now. If the whole of Abia state is consumed, you know, so
you saying the
whole of Abia state are not consumed.
I thought the CBD just told you it was just one Okigwe road somewhere.
One corner, not even Okigwe road. Near the army checkpoint.
We cannot even say what is happening there for 100%. We can't say. All these things are.
How did you come to the conclusion that it is the whole of Abia state?
Well, that's just poetic license, but really, you know, it's certainly yeah.
You almost got me there.
I believe Southeast is so hot for the herdsmen right now. I don't think any.
It's so hot,
If I'm in their shoes, I will not even try it. To be wise,
Yeah,
it's not about numbers. In voting, we have the trillion voters. It doesn't work like that. When you're in a territory that is not yours, you are in a danger, man. Be
even
wise,
checkpoints, even police checkpoints, army checkpoints are running away. You know, that's how bad the Southeast can be now. That's how hard it is now. So being a herdsman patrolling the Southeast, you are in danger terrain. It's advisable that you just stay away for now. You know, stay away for now.
You won't even survive 1 hour on your own now.
What's they say?
All right, let me move from that space, somewhat a jocular one, but this one a more serious space. RUFAI confirms presence of Ansaru terrorists in Kaduna. So this is now another offshoot of that space, you know. So this now a new now group evolving out of already a convoluted space. So is it now Ansaru now? Is this the new name now that we're going to be conjuring with? Because
Ansaru has been for a long time. It's just that he's saying they've entered his state. But let me analyze this RUFAI guy. You see, I hate people who contribute to a problem, and when they are seeing that they are about to lose their immunity, they will start to act like they are trying to solve the problem. RUFAI is instrumental to all the hits we are having in Nigeria. I'm sure 100% he is. He's the instrument, or one of the instruments that were used to put this heat upon Nigeria. So he should stop talking, because he's not likely to win any more elections. He's likely to leave. So he should just carry himself and go and hide in Saudi Arabia, one of those countries he plans to go and enjoy his loot. Because this country is not going to be for him anymore. His time is up. What is it trying to argue? Last time he said something about they are going to bring in mercenaries from somewhere. He's acting like he's not he's not in cahoots with the Buhari government. Now he's bringing this issue of Ansaru have come in. Who is he trying to deceive? This same guy went to meet the Fulani guys and paid them in their country. He was talking from both sides of this.
Why did he? Why did he?
He was saying that he went there to beg them and told them to come back. What kind of rubbish? Who sent him on that errand? He went to the Fulani in Mali and in Senegal to beg them and to pay them and to tell them to come back.
To come back.
Who is this guy trying to do? To come back to Nigeria.
No, that wasn't what he said. No, that wasn't what he said, though, X0. What he was saying was that he was actually paying off these bandits because the security structures could not cope with them in confrontation. So it wasn't asking them to come back. It was paying them to sheath their swords.
He was romancing a crime with bribery. That's wrong.
That's one side of it. One man. The truth is, why did he leave Nigeria and go to Mali? Why?
Because that's where the terrorists are coming from.
Lords, if he's not bowing to the lords, the Fulani lords, why did you leave Nigeria to Mali? Are you the president of Nigeria? That's the number one question.
You know that Kaduna is one of the epicenters of terrorist activities.
Yes.
And by the way, Kaduna is also where the security structures of Nigeria is vested the most. All of the everything securities in Kaduna, but every single time Southern Kaduna attacked, this, that, and the other attacked. So if the securities cannot cope with it, he then takes it upon himself to see if he can pay these people off to stop it. Is that, are you criticizing him for that?
In fact, that's the most dangerous thing to do, to pay people. Is he not this? Okay, when they kidnapped some Southern Kaduna people, why didn't he go and pay the ransom? He paid ransom and paid ransom. After that payment, he kept paying and paying and paying until he stopped. And they kept taking people because he made that mistake. You are not the president. You went to Mali. Why this little short man? Why did you go to Mali? Stay in your country.
Where the terrorists are. That's where the terrorists are.
block your border. Stay, man your own terrain. Man your terrain. If people come in,
shouldn't that be a breach
they are
of
breaching
national security for someone, a governor that is under a federation, to just go by himself? Imagine the
just
governor of Texas.
No, he wouldn't have gone by
going to,
himself. He would have gone. Of course, he would have cleared it with whichever agency. It would be hard. You have to understand that every state has a complement of security agencies that works alongside the state governors. So he would have had some sort of form of advice and some sort of go ahead. He would not have done it unilaterally.
One man.
But
I followed this
let
story.
me ask, sorry, Exero, my brother. Let me ask just this simple question. The same thing Peter Obi asked the other day. If Kaduna, where we have all the military institutions of the federation, the most sophisticated, if they cannot protect their states from these guys, who will protect themselves? I mean, which state will be able to protect themselves?
Well, that just tells us how big the problem is, does it not? If Kaduna is not safe, then that tells us how big the problem is.
Airlines are not flying to Kaduna. They told Peter Obi to land in Kano. That airlines they are refusing to go to Kaduna because of terrorists. Imagine that. Where we have military, where you have the NDA and everything.
Does that not tell us how big the problem is? What is that? Not what that tells us?
But it also plays in line with some of the stories we heard. Don't forget that before this man died, Obadiah, the former second in command in the central bank, he made some revelations that some people are in cahoots with this terrorists, and some big names are actually their patrons. He made this, and this is a guy from who's in southern Kaduna, whose area they've been terrorized from days immemorial. From yesteryears, they've been terrorized, continually terrorized until if look at him, he's dead. They finally took his life.
No, they didn't take his life. He died of.
I'm not saying they took his life in physical. I'm not saying they took his life physically, but all the stress contributed to that man's dying. Because you cannot.
Do you know the lifestyle he was living?
Oh, come on, that man is a decent man. He's a decent man.
How do you know he's not a drinker and a smoker?
Obadiah, the second. Okay, you mean the second in command of Nigerian Central Bank was an alcoholic? Well, I don't know about that.
What about Goodluck? Is Goodluck Jonathan, the former president, not an alcoholic?
No,
Goodluck Jonathan is an alcoholic.
Goodluck is a politician. The politicians, I don't have respect for them. I don't have respect for them. But when it comes to
people, an alcoholic.
No, that's what I'm saying. Those are politicians. When it comes to the central bank, that's strictly professional. And I think to retain his position to that level, it requires an enormous amount of discipline. You can't be a drunk. You can't be an alcoholic and rise to that position. Just like what's this other guy that contesting
which
for president?
Position you're talking about? Central bank.
It was the central bank. Yes.
Who told you everything is based on favorism in Nigeria?
Well, but at the same time, you still have to have some form of discipline to be in that position. That's what I'm saying. You don't just be anyhow kind of person, and that's even if no matter how you are, you need
how
to
do you want to describe Emefiele as a disciplined person, a person that has been member of APC since last year, a person that denied that he didn't ask anybody to purchase presidential nomination form for him, and went to court to challenge the new law that proscribe nominees from contesting election while in office.
Emefiele is a disappointment, but
so don't describe him. Don't champion him as if it's not discipline. He failed.
No, I'm not championing Emefiele now. I'm talking about Obadiah.
Obadiah. Oh, sorry. No.
Yes.
I thought it's Emefiele.
No, not Emefiele. I don't have respect for
Obadiah is Yeah, it's a disciplined man.
Man, yeah.
But
and he's the leader of
all right,
because
okay,
he's the leader of his community, and that community is a very, conservative community. You don't just be an alcoholic and lead that kind of people. So that's one thing you must understand. So he made some revelations, and those revelations, pointed towards certain individuals who are even big, who are currently leading some states, who are patrons to these people. And El-Rufai's comments and his behavior, his body language and everything in previous years points to that direction. Some people even mention his name, and there was a particular person that mentioned his name, I've forgotten, that he is the patron of the Boko Haram and whatever, these bandits. So he himself he brought this problem to Nigeria, where they are trying, and when he became governor, Southern Kaduna got attacked and attacked and attacked. What used to be a rivalry became a total demolition. So he should not come out and start talking. This guy is just is a bloody liar.
Before the Kaduna Abuja train incident, but El-Rufai had alarms. He said he sent 2 security reports to relevant agencies to say that there's this activities going on here, and it's going to escalate into something impactful. But that wasn't acted upon until we saw that incident. And it came out after that incident to say that I did alert them, and they did not act. So he's alerting again that this murph of a spin-off of these bandit groups, they are now they are evolving with. It says this is a collaboration between banditry and Boko Haram, which is now this offshoot that is Ansaru. So his words should they not be listened to this time around? And he's acting that is requesting that a military theater command or commander should be stationed within that zone to try and checkmate these people. So should they not act upon this now intelligence that he's bringing forward yet again?
If El-Rufai starts to make things public, he's trying to deceive people. Such intelligence don't need to be made public, period. So once politicians start to tell you I'm giving a warning, this is just talking pedestrian language. Intelligence does not come public, period. If you are making it public, you are just trying to play to the gallery and try to deceive people. That's how I understand this politician.
Is he not making it public to put the security agencies under pressure?
No, those are things he has to discuss with the security agencies in private. So that is to tell you this guy is a bloody liar. He's trying to save his ass because he brought this upon the state, he brought this upon the country. I still hold him responsible for a high. I think one of the number one people that brought this problem to Nigeria for visiting another country. What is he trying to be like? Don't forget, this same El-Rufai was against the defense minister. That guy that says that we should defend ourselves, we shouldn't run away. You see, and we shouldn't be going to pay or something like that. And El-Rufai says no, we should be paying the ransom or something like that. They were having it.
Actually, El-Rufai is one of the first governors of senior politicians to say that he will never pay bandits, no matter what the circumstances are. And he even repeated that even in the throes of the Kaduna Abuja incident.
And that was when they went to a Kaduna Christian school and kidnapped about 200 people, and he refused to pay. And those parents were coughing out 50 million to bail their children. Yes.
Yeah.
So
yes. Zero. You see, what you said that he went to Mali and everything. Yes, that is complete true. But I think he learned his lesson from that, and after them, he closed the door against these people. That he will never have no negotiation, nothing to do with them. That they're untrustworthy people. They cannot live by their word. It doesn't want to do anything, and he warned all the northern governors then the governor of Sanfara, the governor of what do you call it, Castina, the governor of other governors, that they should not negotiate with the people. They should not give them no ransom. That when you give them ransom, you embolden them, they make more money, you strengthen them, and they will keep coming back because they know that we always give them money. You know, in his own says, he even passed law that they will never give them money and people should never give them money. Which,
but Ajale Koko, is it fair for him to say that people not should pay ransom? Okay, if those people were killed, is it better?
Yes, let me tell you. You see why he was doing all that is to put pressure on the federal government to act right and protect the people of Nigeria. You see this one that is coming out again.
Ajale Koko is a disadvantage on people's side. People can lose their family members if they don't pay ransom.
No, you see, yeah, yes. You see, we have a system failure here. We have a system, security system that is already failed in Nigeria now. So, but his own position is that him as a government, as a leader of government, will never negotiate, will never pay anything to those people, because that strengthens them, that gives them sense of belonging, that, oh, the business is booming and they will continue, they will still come back and they will never stop. And he make reference to his experience with them, the way he travel, to give them money, to you know, reach an agreement with them that they will never come to disturb our territory again, but only for these people to came back en masse and continue to ravage our place with their criminality. So what he is saying now, yeah, let me finish this. You see, him coming out now is a way of putting pressure on the federal government, because the one before the train incident, he warned them behind the scene. He didn't come to the air to tell anybody, but they didn't listen. So this time is making it public so that people will not look at him as being tagged as being called, what do you call them? Number one, security. What did they call the governor? They call them
Chief Security Officer.
Chief Security Officer of the state. What is the Chief Security Officer of the state is doing in this matter, in this incident? So he is coming out to tell them, as a Chief Security Officer, Chief Security Officer that have no control of the police, that have no control of the military. This is what I have seen. This is what I have observed. Now, federal government that in control of them, of the security, should swing into action and act fast. This is what he's doing now. Don't let us rubbish what he's doing. Yes, he made mistake in the past, but this time around, what he's doing is good for the safety and security of the state. We have to commend him to some extent.
I respect what you said, but you see, before we make comments on this guy, before we conclude on this guy, we must first take cognizance of the wider view of what really happened. Now, there was a governor or a northern elite guy who made mention of certain things that he and a host of the northern governors were discussing. That's why I blame this RUFAI guy. You know, this guy said they accept that truly the Fulanis are not just in Nigeria, they're in every other part of Africa, in Mali, in Senegal. He mentioned about several places, and he said they recognize them as citizens. You understand? So when this interviewer now asked him, "You mean this? But they wanted to do something for the Fulani people." So the interviewer now asked him. He said, "So are you saying that both the Fulanis in Mali, in Niger, in other parts of Africa are also going to be benefiting from a Nigerian initiative. He now repeated, he said, yes, they consider every Fulani everywhere in the world are one. That means they are free to enter in and out of Nigeria.
It wasn't the RUFAI that said that. It was Bala
No,
Mohammed.
it wasn't RUFAI. It wasn't RUFAI. But the person who said that, I'm just saying,
Mohammed, yeah.
Yes, I'm just saying that
he's running for president now.
Yeah, yes.
So I'm just saying that the person who said that was saying that the governors of the northern states, are in cahoot. They understand this and they've discussed this before he came out to publicly mention that this is the discussion between the governors. You understand? So that is why, from inferring from this, that this man said, I can understand fully well what was in El-Rufai's head when he was going to Mali. He was going there to meet his brothers, who he feels as citizens of Nigeria are free to come in and go out anytime they like. That is the bone of contention. It is not that he went there to just pay them. He went there to plead to them to come back, that they should just come back and do their business and there will be peace. Once these people saw that kind of money, cattle rearing became useless. In the first instance, how can you consider somebody who's from Mali to be a Nigerian? Can we consider Yorubas in Cotonou to be Nigerians? Or Igbos in Gabon? So we can see where the problem is coming from. Now the problem has overpowered them. It is going to extend even into the next administration. After them, the problem will leave and it will be consuming their states. Just like the one that started the Sharia law, who is trying to even come and contest presidency again. Look at what the Sharia law and the Boko Haram has led to, even after many years after he has left office. What El-Rufai has done will live after him, even many years after he has left office. It will be disturbing the northern states. That is why I blame him, and that's why I consider everything he's saying now as an escapist route to escape blame. Trying to say he's not in cahoot with, or he doesn't understand the government, that he wants to bring in mercenaries to come and fight. I mean, were there no mercenaries in Nigeria before Buhari came in? And the mercenaries themselves said it, that Buhari, once he came in, he stopped all their operations and pushed them out. They're from South Africa. They said it. So there's so many things I'm inferring from before I start mentioning that we should not listen to El-Rufai. We should just let him leave office and go away. He should not be lying to us. We are too intelligent for that kind of cheap discussion. Not to forget the comments of his son. His son was everywhere on Twitter, blasting everybody, insulting everybody, making all sorts of, these people never knew that these things will come back to haunt them. So we are not fools, we are not children. This man is instrumental to the problem we have today in Nigeria. They have put Nigeria, not just Nigeria, their own domain will never find peace. There will never be peace for what they have done, because that their border, if they try to close it again, it will be war.
X0.
Yes.
X0. Yes. Can you imagine they kidnap El-Rufai's son? Won't he pay ransom?
Won't he pay ransom? Don't listen to these guys. Don't listen to them. Immediately he did that. He said he's not going to pay ransom when they kidnapped Christian students from southern Kaduna. Parents, the videos are out. Parents had to cough out 60 million, 80 million to be releasing their children one after the other. He refused. But before that, he paid ransom for his own people. So we see even most of if you check the DNA of most of the kidnaps, you find them in the more open societies of the North. The Chibok was in a Christian community. So let's not be just say one, this is the northern area. No, in the North, there are large communities of Christians. In the North there are large communities of Christians and moderate Muslims. So if you look at these places where these kidnaps happen, there are either areas that are not basically Fulani or Christian. That's why many people are complaining, but people don't know. They just say, these things are happening in the North. No. But well, these people know how to use their takia. And that's one of his takia he's using. He cannot fool me. He can fool any other person, but not me. RUFAI, to me, is instrumental to the problem we have today in Nigeria. RUFAI, that short demon.
All right. Pardon me. Thank you, X0. So, the Hausa community seeks reversal of Okada ban, promises SANWO their vote. So, what are you then making of the Okada narrative within Lagos State, X0?
Well, for one, I used to see. Let's give the Okada riders their due. They are citizens. They are citizens of Nigeria, and wherever they find themselves, they should ply their trade. I used to see this. I see this kind of move that SANWO did now. As
have you ever ridden on one? Have you ever ridden an Okada?
Of course, that's my basic way of transporting myself because I cannot meet up without the Okada. I take Okada from all throughout Lagos. I can go from Ojodubega down to where is this place called? Down to Maitu. I can take Okada from CMS straight to Lekki. Because those
are they compelling them to use helmets? Is that being enforced?
Those helmet things I don't like. Those things are too dirty, Everybody puts their head in one dirty thing. No. It doesn't. Though they use it, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. But I see it as an escapist. I see it as an escapist action. Why I used to condemn governments that do this kind of things. Why push people out of their employment without creating an alternative, knowing fully well that a large chunk of them are going to go into crime? What does it cost you to find an alternative? Just the same way you demolish.
But Zero, they are already committing crime with the Okada.
Yes.
So what's the difference?
Yes, there are different ways. Look at all over the world. There are different ways. Like, for instance, you want to bring in your buses and you want to remove commercial buses. You should make these commercial buses, train them, and then put them into your buses. The same thing, the same way you can use this Okada riders. Train them into using another form of transportation. But removing them like that and still leaving them in the States means you are looking for a problem that... Have you ever heard of 1 Million Boys?
Oh, yes. The ones that usually write letters to communities that they are coming to rob them. Yeah.
Yes, and they come in battalion. Is a very nasty way of robbing people that once you see the number of people, you throw everything you have. You not even protest. That is what SANWO is trying to create, because these guys, they will just go in groups, in large numbers. So you will not even know what's happening until your whole community will be surrounded, and they will keep robbing and then leave the place. That's why they could. You can hear, this is not the first. You heard the story of their lynching of somebody. That's not the first time. They lynched one organizer just because they came in their Okada riders. So
what emboldens them? What emboldens? Sorry, X0. What emboldens them is the question that I always ask, because they are in a foreign space. Essentially, they are Nigerians, of course, but they are in land not theirs. They are not the mass of the majority. and they act in this manner. So if the majority of Lagos wants to wipe them out, they can. But they seem they're just a minuscule number of these people within the mass that is Lagos. Yes, they are the ones to apparently what Tony was just telling us now, that they started to riot and chase police off the back of the Okada ban. So what's this nonsense now? What emboldens them to act in this manner?
What emboldens them is simple. Is the psychology of this kind of events. You know, you look at the wider perspective, and then you get the true reason why they can do such things. The government in place today has given them a lot of leverage. And one of their activities, one of the things they do more these days is act without, feeling. Because the government in power has given them that encouragement. Not once, not twice, not 3 times. Or they've done this many times where they will commit nasty crimes, and then soldiers will go there and protect them. I said it one time here. There was this one they did in Ogun State. Soldiers came back and flogged that community mercilessly. They live in a community. They want to practice their religion. Fine, it's not religion. Religion is not the problem, but it's a false interpretation of the religion, which tells them if you tamper with their religious artifacts, or you make mention of certain things as regards their creator, it's a taboo and you must be killed. And then when they are in groups like this, some of them are overzealous. They want to impress their mullahs or whatever. Yeah.
It's not against their creator, against a prophet, a human like you and I.
Their prophet. Yeah. And apart from that, just like you just take an instance of what happened.
I'm not sure. Are you sure about this thing that you're saying? Because I'm always wanting to be delicate in matters religious, because it's not our intention to cause offense. So just be clear that as you speak. Yeah, but
one man. Our lives are at stake now. If we don't speak the truth, we can as well go to the grave with it. Many people have died. So if we are not confident enough to say the truth, no matter where, so that people who can make changes may start to make changes with their behaviors, then we can just all keep quiet and say the country is fine. But the country is not fine. The country is not fine. I try to put myself in the shoes of these people sometimes. But there's nothing that warrants you taking the life of another person. We said it here sometimes.
It's just how casually and it is done. That's what really.
Yes.
It really is quite a thing. Like that Deborah being another example. What was just a silly little argument, and just the next thing is to take a life. It's just so casually.
And I believe these guys believe in themselves that they are not going to face consequences. That is why because nobody in this world will tell me, even me, I will never, even if somebody is trying to fight me, I will never make an attempt to kill that person. Because even if I am self-defending, the process of going to court to prove myself will damage me. By the time you go to court, they will hold you in custody. That whole process will destroy something in you. You'll never come out the same from those institutions. But these people believe that once the police arrest them, it's just a matter of a few months. They'll be out again in the street. Even the police station arrest.
Zero. Life doesn't matter to them. Their whole life even doesn't matter to them.
Oh,
They don't take life as anything. Those guys you see, they don't take life as anything.
That is why I'm blaming the state governor for not seeing them as citizens and providing alternative. Anybody who's in yours, if it's a free state, if it's a free nation where people are free to live and work anywhere they are, these guys are citizens. So you have to provide
zero. No, we cannot allow this kind of barbaric act. It's been very consistent this state. So the government have to act fast.
Yes, but what has the government done? What has the government done now? You remove the bikes from the road.
Is constituting nuisance and criminality that threaten the security of the state. So the government have a responsibility to act and to act in such a way that we protect every one of us.
Yeah, I understand you, Ajale Kuku.
These people
but the solution,
very lawless. No, this is the best solution. They are very lawless. You don't allow lawless people to operate freely and make money in your state. When you allow
where are they?
Yeah, they are still in the state. If they're trying to act nuisance or act against the law, they'll be dealt with. This is just a first step.
I just gave you an instance of 1 million boys.
Forget about 1 million boys. Forget about them. How many people need 1 million boys? You don't know the last time.
Ajale Koko, sorry, but what Zero is saying. So if they ban Okada riders, but those Okada riders are still resident within Lagos, so they don't now have a source of income. So how do they then make money?
They will move to another state. They move to another state where they can go and ride their Okada to make money. I mean, we can't just allow it. It's just. I
think what Zero is saying is that they might take to criminality, which would then create another set of problems for the state.
Yeah. Lagos State is funding security heavily, and they will take up on them. The million boys you are talking about, last year or 2 years ago, the people stood up against them now in Lagos State. People stood up street to street and they said they are ready for them. If they want to do nonsense because they are doing some nonsense in Agege on this thing, all over people started standing up and say, okay, they are ready to fight them. So look, we can't allow this. You can't say because you come to, whenever you go to Lagos, you ride Okada, it work well for you. No, we can't continue. What of the life of the guy? The guy is an engineer now. And before that one, they killed another guy as well. No. And every day accident occur. People die on Okada every day. No, we can't. Yes.
But what I'm saying is.
Hold on, rational mind. Sorry, just oh God, Ajale Koko, mute yourself. It's too heavy, the feedback. Just a bit of a quick a plea to the listeners. We set a target of 100 likes for the stream. We're about 16 or so away. So if you want to hurry us quickly past that 100 mark, so you can shut me up from moaning at you. So we need about 15, 16 more people to thumb up the like, to click on the like button to take us to that 100 mark that we were going to. So, Rational Mind, you wanted to put a position.
Well, I already liked the video. I wish I could do it 3, 4, 5 times more. I will do it for you.
Anyway, you can unlike and like again, then you'll say that.
But that would decrease your number now, is it?
No, I don't know. That's a joke. So, go on. Yeah.
So anyway, you see, this banning of Okada in Lagos, I don't think it's going to work. And the reason why I would say it's not going to work is this. The owners of those Okadas, for the most part, are the military guys, the police. I give you an example. If you go to Ojo Cantonment there, when you're going to what's this place? You're going towards Badagry area there. That axis, Maza, to my two, those area, to this area. I've forgotten that name of this area. Anyway, so Oko Michael. Now, those axes, you find a lot of these Hausa guys, and some of them not Hausas, but most of them are Hausas. Lasu area, you see them, they are Okada riders. In fact, you see military guys, when they are not on uniform, they ride their bike. Maybe the guy who's riding for them, maybe he's not around, they ride on their own. So some of them have 10, 16 bikes. These military guys, when Fashola banned it one time in Lagos, these guys were operating. If police dare to arrest them, they'll flash. In fact, some of them, they will go to the point of even their camouflage, whatever, their banner, their camouflage, either the scarf and everything, they'll run it right around the Okada they're driving to deter any police. If some of the police, they even know them, so they won't arrest them. So tell me how that's going to be possible. I'm not saying it's not fixed. I'm not saying it's not possible. But when we live in a lawless country whereby, beginning from the federal, it's lawless, what do you expect the state to do? The state has no power. They don't have that, because even the police they are trying to use is owned by the federal government. You arrest one of their malam or one of their people who happens to be maybe a Fulani or an Hausa guy. A call will come from the top, release it. So what are we saying? So the point I'm trying to tell you is that all this is just facade. It's just makeup. I tell you, they will come back.
Man, let me tell you.
They will come back. As long as that thing is not addressed, if that thing is not addressed, the main problem is not addressed, it will not go anywhere. These guys will
rational mind. If government really want to do something
this time around, right?
And want to do it to work, it will work.
Yeah, of course, I agree.
They have local government. Local government can set up task forces across the state in each local government that will monitor their spaces and make sure that Okada will not operate. They can do it if they want to do it. Yeah, but saying that it's not going to work, don't bring up that.
Listen.
It will work.
Under the present situation in that country, it cannot work.
What is the situation in the country that won't make it work?
Why are we here if there's no situation in Nigeria?
We are talking about military. We are talking about the task force that will monitor from each local government. It will work.
Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you were in Nigeria?
Yeah, I was in Nigeria 2 years ago.
Oh, it was Nigeria 2 years. So which area did you go when you were in Nigeria?
I was in Lagos. In Lagos. Yes.
X0, you were in Lagos, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you saw how Lagos when there is when there is traffic, what do you see? You see other people, right?
Of course.
The point I'm trying to make to you, or is that you seem not to understand. Maybe you're not in that area. No, it's not my area though. I have people who do it. The point I'm trying to make is this: as long as what I've just described to you exists, a military guy will carry his Okada. When Fashola banned Okada in Lagos, they dare not even arrest the military guy that has his Okada, because when he's off duty, you go and do that on the side, like some of
if you have task force will stop him and they will seize his Okada. There's nothing they can do.
That's it. You are just talking.
What are you talking? You are talking military. Does he carry guns around?
I'm telling you what is going on in Lagos. I'm not saying it's not doable. It's doable.
Yes,
it's doable. I know it's doable.
If government put the weight, this thing is Okada is unsafe.
It's unsafe. I get you. I know. I totally agree with you.
For us.
But my point is this: it is not something they can realize going by the current circumstances that country finds itself. They cannot do it except there's a real.
What do you mean they cannot do it? What stops them from doing it?
Okay,
because some soldier boy owns some Okada.
Economic situation in that country is not allowed to work.
Oh, okay, yes, no, the practicality.
They will move to Ogun State. They will move to other states to go and operate.
Now, where is the crowd? The crowd.
There's no economy there that can sustain them.
You move to Ogun State.
There's no economy in Ogun State.
Who told you there is no economy in Ogun State?
No, that can sustain the mass of Okada riders that will come from Lagos.
They
cannot sustain
they already have their own Okada riders anyway in Ogun State. So
rational mind.
They cannot move to Ogun State because there is no market there for their business.
But sorry, what is your argument against them banning it? Because some soldier guy.
I'm not against. Listen.
No, not against. But what prevents them from banning it from your point of view?
I'm telling you, the majority of the guys who are doing that business in Lagos now, they are Malams. They are Hausa guys.
Yeah, we know that.
Either they are not Nigerians. I know that most of them are not Nigerians.
Yes, and that's also a problem.
And the people who give them the issue of the cow matter is the same thing with Okada. If you dare arrest them, they will call people up and you release that thing for them.
No, you will not. If the Lagos State sets up a task force, in fact, they should not only take the bikes, they should crush it. If they take the bikes and crush it, then that serves as a lesson. Then the rest of them can make their way back.
Crush somebody's livelihood, and you will go into crime with full anger.
If we don't address
full anger,
so we have to allow this criminality.
Does the state have any authority? Does the state have any authority? What are you saying? Full anger.
Rational mind. Rational mind. Edo State was worse than Okada, and they banned Okada. There's no Okada in Edo State. There's military barracks in Edo State. There's no Okada in Edo State because the government banned it one time.
You wanted to lie for me? Say there's no Okada in Edo State.
Yes, no Edo State. I have Okada in Edo State. When was the last time you went to Edo State?
Oh, look at this guy.
When was the last time?
Well, I have a brother in Edo State.
I'm talking to you. You're telling me my state. Okada was banned in my state 5 years ago. They banned Okada in Edo State 5 years ago or 4 years ago.
There's no single in Benin.
No, in Benin there's none. Except you want to go to Ansaru. Benin, there's no Okada. It's Uber. There's no Okada. You want to bet money here? Call.
I've been in Benin now. I've been in Sakwaba. I couldn't find Okada. You go with buses from Saple Road to what's it called?
Ring
Saple.
Anywhere you want to go. Ring Road. Except you want to talk about Ansaru, which is close to Igala. Edo State, no Okada. The villages, no Okada.
Yeah. So what are you talking about? This thing must be stopped.
Okay. All right. Let's say hold on, Rational Man. Let's hear from Igo, who is on the floor, who is on the ground rather, not on the floor, because he's even stopped drinking now, so he cannot be on the floor. So let's hear from Igo, who is on the ground, to give us an eyewitness sort of. So Igo, we're talking about the Okada situation in Lagos State. I'm sure you heard about the incident of the sound engineer that was killed by an Okada rider, which then led to the Lagos State governor banning Okada in at least 6 or more local government areas. So is that story making the news? Is that ban being effected? And what are the repercussions of it? All of that, Igo.
It's making the news. The ban is being affected. And then the issue of this Okada in Lagos is a big problem also. Apart from that guy that was mobbed to death or whatever by some hoodlums or Okada riders. These Okada guys in Lagos, they are so troublesome. They are thieves. They commit a lot of crime with these Okada kind of things. I don't say it's all of them do, but sizable percentage of them are really they are just terrorizing the arena because if you have a problem on Okada, the guys are really violent. I don't know this kind of Okada group of people. They are violent in Lagos right now. I don't know why. If you have little issue before you see 3, 4, 5, they begin to gather. It was not like this in the past. So the ban is in effect. The guys are running everywhere. And the task forces are picking any bike they find among the areas that were mentioned by the governor. So it's effective, and it's making round across the Lagos State.
Igor, sorry, Rational Mind. Igor, what do you make of the narrative then that it is an indispensable mode of transportation within Lagos, that the need for Okada is such that they cannot ban it? It's the quickest, most effective way to transport from one place and the cheapest to transport yourself from one place to another, especially given the sort of traffic situation in Lagos. So can Lagos even afford to ban Okada in terms of the purpose that it serves, Ego?
Yeah, to an extent, there are disadvantages and advantage in everything. To say that the Lagos, the mode of transport, the Okada system, yes, it's helping people. Yes, it's giving people easy access to traveling, but that doesn't stop the citizens from doing without it. If it has become a problem to the citizens, they can do without it. They can enter wherever there are short buses, there are auto rickshaw, there are other means of transportation. You understand?
But
Yes,
can those means of transportation cut through traffic the way that an Okada can?
They can never cut through traffic the way an Okada can, but you will not
But that's
continue.
the whole point now. That's the whole point.
Yeah, they will not cut through traffic the way Okada can, but you will not, because of that they cut through traffic, then because in the mayhem in the state or trouble across the state, and then you keep allowing them. They use it for lots of atrocity. You understand? So it would be wise to leave it in some areas, some streets. They should be restricted to some particular areas if they cannot buy, which that is what the governor has done.
Sorry, Ego, somebody was just pointing out that SANWO has actually tried to ban these people before. And I remember somewhat like about 6-8 months ago, they did say they have banned them. So
they've been trying.
Are they not be able to effect the ban?
They've been trying to ban them for a very long time, and it has not really been effective. That's what I saw over there, because when you ban these people today, they will move to one particular area. They will continue with their job. It now becomes them and the task force. They are doing their job. They are looking if any task force is coming. They are running up and down. You know that kind of a thing. Those days that people are training on the road, they will be waiting for a task force. As task force are coming, they will be running. So yes, the ban is effective, but the guys are still on the street. When you catch their bike, okay. When you don't catch them, they are still in the street trying to do what they think they could at least to survive. So
let me add a little bit. They banned in mainland. They now moved to when they banned them in mainland. They now moved to island.
That kind of a thing. They will be changing
location. There's no Okada in mainland in Lagos.
Yeah. So at the end of the day,
the ban before was not across Lagos State. It just banned them in some part and left some part, let them to operate in some. But
some parts, yeah.
I think they should just ban them all over. They should not let them operate anywhere.
It would be better. Banning them all over will be better, because
that'll be better. So that Southwest can go after anyone they see.
It was done in Kaduna. It was done in FCT. Okada has been banned across the country, in some states, and then
are you saying FCT
were able to live? I think they should do that. They should apply such measure in Lagos. I think.
Yeah. Are you saying they banned it in FCT?
I thought. I'm not really, but I know of Kaduna.
Places like Kubwa, Nyanya, Pape, you can see Okada.
When is that? When you were there 10 years ago? How recently?
What man?
No, how recently?
Hold on. Tungamaji, Suleja, Zuba, and Suleja area. So what are we talking about?
How recently are you talking about?
One man, on a daily basis, I communicate back home with people.
I mean, Okada that's causing the problem in day.
Maybe you can say
that incident that happened yesterday.
Maybe like this, like Asokoro.
These Okada people, they have one pattern, one signature. When they beat somebody, they'll kill him and burn him. Same thing that happened in Edo 4 years ago. They beat one guy and they killed him. But fortunately for them, Benin people are different from other people. Immediately, the boys retaliated. They killed like 15 of the Okada people, burned their bike. That's when the government banned them. They could no more Okada. Now went to tricycle. If you look at it,
the question is why is it that only these northern Okada riders? Is it that the other Okada riders have moved up to the middle class?
No, they are very reckless.
Same thing. This body kid was just a young guy that was controlling the area. They just
The
go to
problem
protest.
I mean, I'm asking, what there used to be, Yoruba Okada riders, Igbo Okada riders, but now you see only
You know why?
Northern Okada riders.
When they come,
What
they go, but
happened
it's
to
very
the
cheap.
other
It's very cheap.
ethnicity? They move up the ladder.
No.
They
When
become
not
or maybe they force them out of business.
No. When they come, theirs is very cheap. They first, they are nice. They'll do everything. It's very cheap.
It's not that it's cheap. It's the same thing. But the point is, those guys, they are too violent. These Northern Okada riders.
Yeah.
They are very reckless group. Some of them don't even understand what you say. So they are so aggressive. These people are not like this. According to one guy, he said these people are foreigners, that they are not Nigerians. They are so aggressive.
One of them actually threw me out. I was on his bike. We were going along Ikeja Towing Street.
Towing Street.
Yes, but he was running too fast, and I could see that there was oncoming vehicle. Before he could brake, he actually threw me out of the Okada. I landed on my ass. My native became brown.
That is why I can never ride those things, because I don't think I have the dexterity
never. I will never ride it. I will never ride it. It's very risky. I will never.
You know what he did? This guy, just because I blamed him for riding too fast, he actually left me there. He said I'm blaming him. He left his Okada. He didn't care about the money. He just left. So I was just stranded.
But when I was saying earlier on that they have to go through some orientation process to live in Lagos, I was saying that in jest. But
you are very correct.
Concentration camp.
You keep saying orientation. Are these people ready to be orientated? Well,
everybody can be orientated. But just the example again that X0 cited there. So a driver is driving too fast to the point that the passenger falls off. The passenger is somewhat rebuking, not even rebuking him, but saying that, look, I did caution, and then he goes off in a huff that how dare you caution me for something that I had done wrong, which you had warned me about, and the repercussions have this. Is that even thinking? That's not thinking now.
One man, let me tell you just shortly. My own elder sister.
They are foreigners.
Ego, let me say this. My own elder sister, he climbed on Okada. Do you know what this guy is doing? Driving very fast. Do you know what my sister did? He just dropped one of the shoes on the floor. Aboki, my shoe don't drop. Waiting my sister do. My sister just dropped. I said, just go. Even give him money just to go. If you don't do that, if you go to Bobi, if you see maybe 180 or 70% people in Bobi, in Yaba, they are Okada accidents. They are killing people every day. Almost every day. My wife is a nurse.
It is the passenger that falls off and dies. They escape.
They just go. So they have to be banned or restricted to streets, maybe indoor streets. They should not enter the highway if they don't want to ban them outrightly.
But there are too many.
There are worse inter street. You see, in Lagos, they go opposite direction. You see Okada in Third Miller Bridge. You like what? And they'll be riding opposite direction. Those people, I don't know what they think.
Too many.
This is what I'm saying. They have to be. Anyway, I just have to be mindful of the language because I don't want to cause offense. But there's a system to which Lagos functions, and Lagos is a sophisticated or being sort of it's a different space now. So you can't just anyway. Sorry.
One man. You see, the problem with that space is that it's an anyhow place. Nigeria does not have structure. It pains me a lot when I go to other countries, ordinary smaller countries. They have structure. Even the one close to us there, Benin Republic. Go to Cameroon. Go to even Chad. Despite it was more of Sahelian vegetation, they have structure. We can say maybe because of its population, we understand. But when you have government that plans ahead for their population, that anticipate that there will be population explosion Why don't let's do this and let's do this? I mean, it's a matter of restructuring. I mean, when I mean restructuring, we're talking about in a civil way. Restructure the civil, I mean, the space that people use. Open up the space and let people go into the interland, like go to Ogun State, open up Ondo State, open up other places. Let there be economic viability in other states. I tell you, people will move out. That's what I say there.
You know what I think SANWO effectively did? He just told these guys to go back to their states because nobody wants them to be criminals in Lagos and nobody wants them to drive bikes in Lagos. So they have to find their way to their different states where they have their governors to get something from their states, because Lagos is evolving and I can see through what Lagos wants to do. I love that guy SANWO. Forget say this APC is just
what is he doing? What is he doing?
No.
Okay.
I love the guy. I love the guy because he's a handsome guy. He does.
Look at this guy. Well, let's hear from Bartholomew. Let's hear from Bartholomew.
I didn't say handsome. I say hands on. He does the job.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't say handsome.
He stand up to the occasion all the time. Whenever there is
all right. Hold on, gentlemen. Let's hear from Bartholomew, who joins us. Why you? Yeah, go. Bartholomew. Let's hear from
this person.
Bartholomew. Okay. Do you want me to give you a moment, or can you hear me, Bartholomew?
It's frozen.
Yes.
He was telling you to move to the next person. He's inside the bus.
No, it's not inside the bus now.
Inside the bus.
Okay. All right. Okay. So. Yeah. So. Exero, thank you for all that. Well, your views are clear. So. Let's go to. And I'm actually quite keen to hear from Bartholomew, only because he comes in and out. You can see he wants to make some contributions, and he has been trying to since yesterday. But we don't quite get to him because he's in America somewhere. So you can imagine that low quality something that they have in America. But
stop that woman now.
The low quality.
We come for you.
All right. Let's go to rational mind. Sorry, there's a heavy motion there. So let's go to rational mind and have you speak on this. This guy. I'm not sure. Wait. Oh God, what's all that?
I think it's from our friend.
Yeah, that guy is in the bus. Is in bus or train.
All right.
He's in a train or bus. Train. Yeah, that's a New York train. Boom, boom.
Yes. Look at this guy. You see, they say you can take the man from Igbo land, but you cannot take the Igbo land from the man. It's in America.
How do you know it's an Igbo man? How do you know it's an Igbo man?
Well, just from it, I think his name gives that away, does it not?
Okay.
So then this proposition then I'm not sure if you heard me read it out, but why Tinubu may lose Lagos in 2023. So this guy goes through rather some convoluted narrative that arrives him at Tinubu possibly losing Lagos State. And he's saying that if Tinubu had this lifelong ambition, which he says he had, that he ceased being the governor of Lagos State in 2007. So why did he not contest for that presidency under the various electoral cycles up till this point? So he mirrored that against Buhari, who tried and failed but still tried. And he's saying then that Tinubu is almost certain not to get the APC ticket, but is also needing to calm himself down and then come on board with whoever gets that ticket, because if he moves too funky, then Buhari will move against him and they will take Lagos State from him, even if it's at the expense of gifting it to PDP, and then the whole empire crumbles. So Tinubu may lose Lagos in 2023. This is how this guy fleshes it out. Do you agree, Rational Mind?
Yeah. I think I kind of like the way that guy analyzes it. I see it might happen that way too, because if you look at the way some people who were formerly APC, like this guy, the other guy who left to PDP. I forgot his name. Lekon. I don't know, maybe his name is Lekon or last something. I don't know. So anyway, so the guy left from PDP, from APC. He moved to PDP, and now we're seeing Ambode now coming. And I don't know what Ambode has. Has he gotten some guarantee from some big wig in APC in Abuja? Well, we're yet to see how that's going to play out. And with this whole thing that is concentrated on getting that presidential ticket, it's just concentrated on that. I don't think he has someone lose time. So he might, because it's only when he's on ground, he's able to monitor or strategize with his minions, the little minions in, his minions in Lagos State to go and start, snatching ballot or putting them in strategic areas so that they can rig the election. But if he's so distracted with his own ambition of wanting to win the election, if he gets the ticket, that is, if he gets the ticket for APC, I see that it's possible that he might lose Lagos. But then it's we can't really put a finger to it. But the way I'm seeing things are going right now, the way things are going in Lagos State, some people are rising against him. Not just people who are not even informally in politics, who are not even in politics. They are also, for example, the real indigenous of Lagos, who are not members of APC, who are not happy with the way Tinubu, who is not a Lagosian and claiming to be a Lagosian, he's been running that state for many years, has been appointing whoever gets in there. So I think some of them are now rising up against him. So like that guy said, possibly, yeah, he might lose Lagos if he's not careful. Because this concentration, is so fixated on his presidential ambition, which if he does get that ticket, he might not have the time for SANWO. You just tell
Rational mind, I have a question for you, please.
Go on.
Please. Yeah. If what we are hearing, if Buhari and Tinubu has the gentleman agreement that you go 8 years, I will be coming next to you. So what is difficult for Buhari to let this guy? You should just give him the ticket, because we don't know what they say, but what we are hearing, the narrative they paint to us is that they have a gentleman agreement. You go first, then I will follow you. So what is disturbing Buhari to come out this time to say
such agreement?
Tinubu, I'm
hold on, let him finish.
So what is disturbing Buhari to say, Tinubu, I'm supporting you, if they had this gentleman agreement earlier on in 2014 or 15 when they joined the party? That's my question to you.
Yeah, well, you see, the thing is, we've said it on this platform and some other platform too, and other people have been saying it. You see, okay, let me start with like this. And if we're to go by that, then it means that maybe the woman is right. That is Aisha, when Aisha was saying that some people have hijacked his husband's government. So these people are the ones who are telling him what to do. And no doubt, these people don't like Tinubu. Of course, maybe Tinubu might have some agreement, because I know for him to have spent that amount of money he spent in bringing this guy in to become a president, I'm not saying that he alone brought the money, but I'm sure Tinubu provided more than half of the money that was used in bringing this guy in. So
don't forget, he was paid back too.
You said what?
He was paid back.
How did they pay him back? Were you there when
they gave him was a FAC account to control for like 3 years, 4 years, first time in the Buhari regime, Tinubu.
You want us to open another kind of worm from there? He
was paid back. Even Amaechi was giving minister positions to.
Maybe it was paid back with Fowler.
All of them were paid back.
I don't know, whatever. So, but the point is this: he helped him to become, and of course, I know he must be expecting that. Okay, let me be my own turn too. But what I'm trying to just say is this: I don't think it's this man Buhari's making as such that is now becoming a traitor, or kind of like reneging on his or maybe whatever gentleman agreement they have. But I think it's the kebab, people who are pulling the strings behind the scene, who are telling him what to do. And these are the people who hate Buhari, who hate Tinubu, who doesn't want him or any of his people to come into governance or to lead that country. So that's what I think. And so for that reason, I think Tinubu might not be able to clinch that ticket. That is from what we're seeing, the permission we're seeing going by now that they are, so people are championing what's it called, Amaechi. So, but then what I think invariably is that if Tinubu is not careful, yes, he might lose that. Lagos.
Sorry, who is championing Amaechi?
I mean, the cabals. Some of the cabals are really championing Amaechi. Yeah.
I was told yesterday that Chatham has invited Jonathan to, this thing. You know what that means? If Chatham has invited Jonathan,
anybody can invite anybody. Anybody can invite anybody.
No. Chatham don't invite anybody. You know Chatham House in Lagos, the former colonial house. That's the British.
Chatham House is not in Lagos.
It's not in Lagos now. It's in London now, is it?
No, it's in Lagos.
No,
it's in London.
There's Chatham House in Lagos.
Come on, man. It's in
London.
One
man. I'll tell you that.
Guy, Chatham House is in London. This is where
there's in London. There's one in Lagos.
There's not one
house.
Come on, man. Come
So
on.
what do you
What are you talking about?
There's a Chatham House. It's not the type of.
Forget whatever. The Chatham House, as it's known,
not
is
Chatham.
in London.
Chatham House in Lagos. Former colonial house was changed to Chatham House.
Yes, but the Chatham House where
it's in Victoria Island.
Okay.
Can I hear very clearly? This man says Chatham House is in Lagos.
It's unbelievable now, and it's
a Chatham House in Lagos.
Maybe you are talking of Chatham, not Chatham. Chatham House is only
not
the
London owned. The former colonial house of London in Lagos. They not changed it to Chatham. They changed the name to Chatham House.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Really? So what's the point?
Wait, see, Chatham House is a. If you ask them why Chatham House is here, the test is like an NGO, British NGO organization that have interest in Nigeria. But that was finally the colonial house in Lagos, where the British operated from.
Chatham House is in London. I can't allow you to say that. Chatham House is in London.
Look, maybe he's talking about something different.
No, it's completely different.
One man.
What are you talking about?
Anything is possible nowadays. So maybe
hold on. Chatham House is
I know
in
the
London.
I know the Chatham House
in London. There's no Chatham House in Lagos.
Listen, I know
House is in London.
The former colonial house in Lagos. What's it called now?
You know, especially under the narrative that you are saying that Goodluck Jonathan was invited to Chatham House, and that's significant. But where
in Lagos?
Hold on. Where people speak in Chatham House that is significant, it's in London. No, there's no Chatham House of any significance in Lagos. The Chatham House of significance is in London.
You can say that you are right.
No, I know now. Look, I can show you now.
The former colonial house in Lagos. What's it called? What's it called now?
I don't care what it is
called.
What I'm saying to you is that Chatham House, where people speak, where key important people speak, is in London. So whatever house is called whatever in Lagos is of no significance. And if Goodluck is being invited to some Lagos place to speak, if he was invited to Chatham House in London, then that's significant. But if it's in Lagos, it is not. So that's it. I don't know. We all know now.
What's the point you're trying to bring up?
No, he's trying to say that they've get. Okay, I don't know. What was the point?
Anyway, so for me, I don't know. So the thing is, you see, like I said here on One Man platform, these guys, I think they're messing with our minds. I think they're doing some acadabra somehow. Like the more you see, the less you see. They're just trying to how do I say, scramble our head.
National mind, I wanted to ask you something though.
Oh, yeah, go on, please.
Okay, so Tinubu and then Buhari, they're saying they have a gentleman agreement or something like that.
That's what we heard.
But is there anything, I just wanted to ask, is there anything like a gentleman agreement in politics?
You see, Nigeria is so ridiculous a space that they just throw any word out there, and I don't understand sometimes some of the things they just say.
I tire out. There's nothing like that in politics.
Even the English who they speak for that country sometimes, they tire me sometimes. So, but then what you could do, and the team will don't grow.
It's Saraki that destroyed the gentleman agreement too. If Tinubu had been Buhari's deputy, he would have easily become president now. But Saraki and his cohorts destroyed the opportunity because they said they cannot have Muslim. That was how they suggested Osibanjo.
So he wanted to be vice president to this guy.
Buhari, yeah.
Buhari. So we have two senile men leading that. Oh my goodness! Just imagine Tinubu and let's just admit, okay, that ticket.
Tinubu will never forgive Saraki. He will never forgive Saraki.
Wait, I mean, vice president cannot talk. President cannot talk. My goodness, both of them, they always go to London. How would that see you guys? Would have been in trouble in that country. So anyway, so for me, let me just say in conclusion to what one man asked me. Yeah, I believe he might, but I know Tinubu is too strong. He still has his machineries who will work for me. Is Agberos, and he likes to really work for him. I mean, I'm in one of their WhatsApp group, and I know what they talk about. So APC is still strong for now, but there's this rumor going around that if this guy deny him, if they deny him that ticket, he might pitch tent somewhere else. That's what we're hearing. So, but then that will cause an implosion, and that will cause a divide within the APC in Lagos, which might also lead to him losing that Lagos, because I know what's his name, the president and his cabals, they might want to bring a federal might on him, so that if this guy remains there, or that's his name, former governor, if he remains there with APC after they've tear up, Tinubu has gone on his own with his own SANWO to another party, as the case may be, then I suspect that it might lose Lagos from there, because it will bring the federal might on him there, so as for to get the control over, taking control over Lagos from him. That's what I think might happen. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Rational Mind. So, Plenty Water continues with the super chat and really speaking to the topic that he was on earlier on. It says, is there any local government chairman in Lagos that is not a member of APC? If yes, how many? How many lawmakers in Lagos are not members of APC? I think the only one PDP defected to APC. Lagos is in auto mode. So Lagos in auto mode is what Plenty Water concludes. Is there any local government chairman in Lagos that is not a member of the APC? If yes, how many? How many lawmakers in Lagos are not members of APC? I think the only one PDP defected to APC. So Lagos in auto mode. So thank you for the super chat. But I think Plenty Water speaking to a wider topic then, to tell us that essentially the party controls the state and not Tinubu, as we may be concluding, which of course he is somewhat wrong in saying, but that is what he thinks. So thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. So let me go on from you, Rational Mind, and let me go on then to Black League. So Black League. So we were speaking just on the Hausa space that the Hausa community.
Black League is not here.
No, so not sorry. World Peace. I was thinking. I was intending to say, but Black League I did say. But World Peace. Maybe it's because you are equally as clever and engaging as Black League is probably where that okay. So to that, Hausa community seeks reversal of Okada ban. Promises Sanwo-Olu massive vote. So bribery and corruption, even with election. What are you making of that, World Peace?
You just said it now. If Sanwo-Olu would not ban them now, you know it's because of the election season that is coming up. He will need them for he will need their votes, and those people they have a quite number in Lagos. Because I see no reason why Sanwo-Olu will keep them. And this boy, and they're negotiating, they are right. That is their livelihood, you know. If Sanwo-Olu take that Okada from them, I don't know which state they will go to. I don't know. Maybe it's Ondo or Ogu. You know, but it's political. You know, that's what all I have to say, one man.
Oh, okay, and the herdsmen now consuming and totally overwhelming Abia State to the point that people cannot drive on the streets. This is a recording decimal, but what particularly alarms with that narrative, World Peace, is that the area that they are operating, these herdsmen, there's police checkpoints and army checkpoints strewn all over that motorway, but they still operate at will. Would you then, as everyone else seems to think, conclude that the security forces are essentially in cahoots with these elements from the Sahels?
Yeah, true that. We know, like I said, we know these herdsmen, they have so many influence in our security, this thing, force, you know. If you arrest them tomorrow, you see them on the street. But again, the Abia State, I don't know, there was a truck they burned recently of cattle.
Yeah, that was in the southeast, yes.
Yes, so they're supposed to expect this such thing. Now, these people will retaliate. They will retaliate. I think that, from my opinion, I think that's what they're retaliating for. But you just burn a food truck of the cattle and all that. They will always come out and do some certain stupid stuff. And the police and the military will do nothing. They will support them too, because they are the same people. People that stand on the road, the same police, they are the same people with the same herdsmen, you know. So that will...
what please, please, I would like to put you in proper perspective. That's not retaliation. That's criminality they are doing there, please.
I'm not saying it's not criminality. I'm not saying it's not criminality.
It's not even linked to the case of burning of those trucks. Those are two different criminalities.
Did this incident happen in which area? Same area, Tisha? Same east.
But the east is wide.
I know.
This is
Abia. I think that's truck was burning in Abia, in Imo.
Okigwe Road. Okigwe Road is a notorious place where the Fulani bandits have operated before. So I think that Okigwe Road leads to an exit route.
Okay.
That is why it's always been mentioned. Yes, it's a criminal route.
But if the police is doing nothing, you know that is the security apparatus fault. Because they support
police is doing nothing from time immemorial in Nigeria.
Even the military.
They are even criminal. All of them are even criminals.
Yeah, even the military. If you notice, if you bring a Fulani military to that area or some military, they will do nothing. But if you bring different stock of military, like different tribe, you see action, they will at least take action. So
none of them is doing anything anymore, my brother. Just leave those people. Nigeria is just
no, we can't say that now. Do you want Nigeria to separate? No, you cannot say that now.
No, I'm not saying Nigeria should separate, but I'm saying none of those people are doing anything, because once you are posted to the east, as a military man, first and foremost, you know your life is in danger. Now, who wants to take the job serious? Every moment you are watching your back, you don't care about citizens, because you feel yourself you're scared for your life. You know, so this life of another person, your life is more important than any other. And these guys don't care. Nigeria is just one hellhole now. You know,
yeah,
what piece? I mean, why would you say, if people express that view that Nigeria should separate, what is your beef with that?
Nigeria should separate?
Yeah.
Nigeria is not separating in the next 50 years. You and I know that.
Well, you are saying that's your opinion. I mean,
gentlemen, carry on. Give me a moment. Carry on.
Okay.
I mean, that's your opinion.
Let me just give you a little breakdown. All this loan they'll be taking from different government, not only Buhari regime, in Jonathan regime they borrowed.
Forget that thing with the talk.
Wait now, hold on. They borrow we borrow the money as a unit.
Yeah.
Wait now, rational mind, please hold on. We can say all we can say from emotion, but the reality on ground, that country will not break. Even though you want it to break, it will not break. Not like it would. It's not what you cannot do, but it won't happen. The international pressure will not make it happen. China, Paris Club, the Arabian Club, they borrow money for, won't allow it to happen. How would they get their money back? It's their interest. They protect their interest.
They go share. They go share.
No, who want pay them? Who want pay them?
Okay. I mean,
see, because if that country break, it's not me that took the loan, it's not you that took the loan. Then who's gonna pay? Do not have the access to pay. They don't have the wealth to pay the loan back.
Now, international community now, we have there's countries that,
national mind. You are so intelligent to know.
I give you an example. Sudan hold money, but it break. Did not break.
Where is Sudan today? I did not come back. When they tried the nonsense, they came back. It will not work. See, it's better. See,
What is? Please don't give false information, please. How can you say Sudan came back?
There's South Sudan and there's North Sudan.
There's South Sudan and then there's Sudan.
Okay, I thought one time they merged back. I thought one time they shield their whatever. They came to alliance or something. I don't know.
The Southern Sudan had problems. They had two factions of leadership. But they made peace.
Okay. Thank you. So those people came back. Yeah, those people came back. Yeah. Okay.
Rational, what peace? Rational man. If Igbo president come to Nigeria today, he will not break Nigeria.
Thomas.
Nigeria will never break.
Thomas, that's what Rational is saying. Nigeria is not breaking in the next 50 years. We can't say what we are saying.
No, talk about that. Let's just continue your talk.
So anyway, that of this Fulani shenanigans is becoming troublesome because of this Buhari, and it's like they're in their last grip, so they are doing all they can. Because I believe when the government change, things will change. Just last month here, Obaseki just announced that they want to start deporting beggars from Edo State because it's becoming a nonsense in Edo State. They are robbing from house to house. Those beggars, they'll come in the morning to beg, in the evening they will come and rob you, steal your door, steal your windows, petty things. So if the government of the day don't want it, but mostly that is they should really, I don't know what the governors are doing there. They should really look into that space. Because if you allow this to happen now, don't blame ESN tomorrow if they carry out retaliation. This is what I always say. Let's then tackle the matter once and for all in a proper channel, so that you don't blame somebody.
Tackle the matter, but are they willing to tackle the matter? You see,
this is political. I just build on illusion.
You see, we keep building on this illusion of this false illusion of Nigeria. I mean, we're seeing
it's not false illusion. See, it's not false illusion. This thing that is happening now, at least they see a place that is not happening. There's still these politicians they are benefiting from it. Any situation, people benefit.
Okay.
In any situation, people. So these politicians have seen probably they are using them as a foot soldier to do their dirty work. So they allow them.
Do you see this as changing?
Huh?
Do you see these things, all things changing?
One day changing, or better. What do you mean?
I'm not saying one day. Don't get me wrong. You see, this is the point we're trying to talk.
I'm asking you the question about what you are saying, because where I am sometimes I move away from my keys so I can hear you properly. So I'm asking you.
Okay.
What are you asking me?
What I'm asking you is this: do you see this whole thing, this false illusion of one Nigeria?
Do
you see it ever happening, ever coming to fruition? That will ever be
yeah. The problem is the earlier we realize that we are not one people, it's better for us. But the fact we want one Nigeria doesn't mean we are one people. Everybody stay in their domain. Build your region.
Are we really staying in our domain?
And listen. Okay, yesterday I was almost cried when I saw people plank in Abuja was burned. Just crying. It was millions of billions of naira. It was not a crime for the guy to go do business in Abuja. But like one guy said, like it's a hard time for people to start doing their business in East, like before in Abakaleke and Abad. By the time they are booking matrix from that side and come and buy plank, he will respect himself. It's hard time we do business in our domain. I remember those days when you buy cow, you go to north and buy cows and bring them to the south. It's hard time we start investing in our domain, in our region. There are certain things you want to buy, you go to north and buy it, regardless whatever. So you have to start thinking or understand that Nigeria, we are in one Nigeria, but we're not one people. Everybody stay in their domain. If you know you cannot do business in north, do business in south. South is more friendly. Do business in south.
I have a question. Please, is Nigeria's problem more of ethnicities or religion?
Both.
Because Nigeria is not the first multi-ethnic country that it exists in, and most other multi-ethnic countries they are coexisting very well, and they are doing well.
Yeah, it's both.
Even America itself. Yes. America itself is a mixture of a lot of races put together. So why is Nigeria's case so complicated?
See, like one man said the other day, when they were forming Nigeria, everybody wanted their own, how to say, their stake on it, or in it, or how I put it in. So, but the Muslim, like the northern Muslim, their stake is religion, and they brought this Wahhabism, which they know they can use to control the people, to control the government. You understand? So, if you take religion away from the north, they are nothing to talk about. They are nothing to write home about. They are nothing. So that's why they hold on to that religion so much. Now, how can you make Sultan of Sokoto the head of traditional rulers in Nigeria? Sultan of Sokoto is not a traditional person now. He's a religion figure now. That will tell you what it means. So if you take that away from them, they are nothing, and that is causing problem. And
Sultan of Sokoto, the head of traditional rulers or the head of Muslims?
Huh?
Sultan of Sokoto, is he the head of Muslims?
In Nigeria, he's the president of all traditional rulers in Nigeria.
No. That's a false thing to say.
I think that's another false. What is you have given three different?
Hold on. He's the head of the Muslims of Islam.
Check your Google. Google is your friend. Check your Google.
I don't know why you're
Google. I'm not sure you argue. You can correct me. Just check your Google. That's we're talking now.
Nigeria.
Is the head of what? It's something that I know.
Check now. Know what you know. Just check. In Nigeria,
in Nigeria, is the head of traditional rulers in Nigeria.
Yes, and religious rulers in Nigeria. He's the one.
What?
He's the head of.
Check now. Who now? Is that laughing for you or about Benin or who? Who? Check now. We can't say just from emotion.
Anybody there check, because this thing is insulting to me to even want to check Google.
So
said.
who?
No. He's the head of the Muslims. Who is
the head of traditional rulers in Nigeria?
It's not the head of
traditional men. And with my computer, what did he say? The head of what?
Nigeria, head of traditional ruler in Nigeria. Who is the head?
I'm with
head
my
of traditional ruler and regional ruler in Nigeria. Who? Check it, please.
Religious or no? No, religious. I mean, Muslim.
Just please check it and tell me.
Traditional ruler in Nigeria. Yes, I'm with my computer. Yes, I have heard that before. You can go on. I will check. You can go on.
I think one man is back. Let's even ask one man.
Okay. So far is the head of traditional ruler and regional ruler in Nigeria.
One man.
So
we hear another one again from World Peace. He said Sultan of Sokoto is the head of the traditional rulers in Nigeria. Is that a fact that you know?
Well, he is, yes.
Head of traditional rulers?
Yes.
He's just arguing.
Jointly with the Oni of Ife, yes.
Head of traditional rulers, head of Islamic State in Nigeria. I mean, Islamic.
No, he's the head of traditional rulers alongside the Oni, of course. Yes, he is. Did you not know that?
With me like I've said,
did you not
I don't know that. I don't know of that. I never heard of that.
Okay, now you know.
You're not saying that. I never believe
no, he has always been. What are you talking about?
Life. It's life. They're getting life.
No, he is the
head.
What I know. Why is that? What I know.
Is not here.
Okay, it's not here. What I know is Sultan of Sokoto is the head of the Muslims of the Islam.
He's the head of the Sultan of Sokoto alongside the Oni of Ife. That two, they joined. We even discussed it endlessly.
Can you bring it up? Where did you find this?
It's always been the case. How can you not know that? How can you not know that? What are you talking about? Do you want people to they will make fun of you in the comment section now?
They were just they were just laughing at me. They were laughing at me. I was saying,
let them go on.
Let me read this. Sultan of Sokoto is the most prominent traditional ruler in Nigeria. This is here. You are right.
What are you talking about?
Come on now.
You don't know that.
Read it out.
What are you doing on a political platform if you don't know that?
That is not political angle, isn't it?
It's very important. That position is very important in Nigeria if you don't know.
I'm not saying it's not important, don't get me wrong. But that is the head of over all of that.
Yes, he's the head.
That I would argue with you.
Don't argue anymore. Don't argue. If I say some things, go check public domain.
So far, I've not seen
you can't argue if you don't know. Yeah, you say you don't know.
There's nothing I don't know. It's something I know.
You don't. What do you mean you don't know? If you
have you read it out now?
If you are arguing to the contrary, then
Thomas,
you don't
what did
know.
You read there? It says the foremost. Is that what you said?
Yes, it's the most prominent.
The prominent.
No, it's not prominent. We're talking about. It's the head of the traditional rulers in Nigeria.
But what is reading now?
When I know this, I know since primary school in the 70s, 80s.
What Thomas is reading is completely not.
So bring it up anyone you can find. So continue what is.
Look, it's always been the case. I wouldn't even bother bringing. They will tell you in the comment section now.
Yeah, you won't convince me then because I won't take it from because you said it. I won't just take that from you.
Okay.
Or you and Wapi said it. Go on, Wapi.
Okay. That's what I was trying to say.
Permanent or they rotate it? Is it permanent?
They don't rotate it.
No. Jointly, the Oni of Ife and the Sultan of Sokoto are the joint heads of the of the traditional rulers of Nigeria. I was even having a conversation with Black League, so I pronounced that right this time around.
I have heard you say that
about this topic, and he was saying that the Sultan, even though they are saying they are joint, the Sultan doesn't consider them as equal. That he considers the Onisom. But they've always been. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Woman, I've had you said it so many times here, but I just don't want to take it up with you. But because he brought it up, I said it's time, because people have accused me of always nitpicking on everybody's comment. That was why I just want to refrain from not doing that all the time.
No.
Thomas is laughing. But my point is this. I don't believe. But that is the head of the
don't believe. It's not subject to believe or not now.
I don't
look. If you don't believe that, hold on. If you don't believe that, if you go out in the rain without a cover, you will get wet. You will still get wet.
That's not the point.
It's not subject to belief now. Something that is factual is not subjective now.
It could be the head of. Listen, that's why I said that you're one man on the platform.
You don't believe.
The way people perceive us outside, they believe Nigeria is an Islamic country. Do you know that?
It's an Islamic country.
That's what it was, because.
Okay, hold on. Here is Meadowman. The Sultan of Sokoto is head of traditional rulers. Yes. Here is Crown. Saud Abubakar, Sultan of Sokoto, and Sake Musulumi, current co-chair of National Council of Traditional Rulers, alongside the Oni of Ife. Exactly as I said, this is common everyday knowledge now.
Come on, I'll read it. Just put the link there, woman. Put the link. Put the link.
Why do I do the research?
I'll do it.
One man, I want to ask a question. So
I'll do it.
Does that mean if you even die, any Sultan or Shugdo that comes in, you will be the head?
It's this tool, not the person. So
not the person, it's tool. They make that position permanent.
It's tool, not the person.
So my point was, normally, we have to look at it. Sultan Sokoto have no business there. It's the traditional ruler, regional ruler, not traditional ruler. But they make in the head, So we're supposed to understand the bigger play in Nigeria with these Fulani people or northern people, their agenda. National man, you interject now.
But that position should have actually been the Emir of Kano.
Kano was, not Sultan.
And because the Sultan is not even an Oba, it's a spiritual leader.
That's what I was saying.
It's a spiritual leader.
It's a spiritual leader. You don't have to do tradition. No, not even the Alafin or yours. They're not to do about Benin. They're going to push Sultan of Sokoto. It's funny,
So, but anyway, if it was going to be joint South and the Oni is right, or the Alafin, that's right for the South. But then the North should be the Emir of Kano.
Okay, when Prince Charles came, it was still just people that were there. They brought Sultan of Sokoto, the Emir of Kano, and something of Adamawa. Then in the South, they brought Oni of Ife, Oba Beni, and Obi of Agbo. 6 of them. The rest of them is nowhere to be found. So what that tells you? So National, you interjected and I forgot what I'm trying to say. But you can continue.
All right. But I want to hear from Bartholomew, who rejoins us. But Bartholomew, are you there? Let's hear from you. You've been
everybody.
Salam alaikum. Lafia ko.
Abro kama Hausa.
Mandala. So let's hear from you.
All right. Everybody, good evening, sir, and good morning, good afternoon. I know that we all scatter all over. So I've been listening from you guys for a while now. A long time, but I like to stay by the side and listen. So I thank you all for different opinion, different contribution. And it is very interesting to hear from every corner and every angle, and everybody contribution and everybody opinion, because at the end of the day, opinions matters a lot. So I just want to contribute much, and I'm not here to praise any of our our politicians or praise anybody from Igbo land, from Hausa land,
So sorry, Bartholomew. Oh God, no. All right. So no. That was a bit too heavy. Sorry, Bartholomew. I've had to mute you. There's a lot of backdrop to your thing and a lot of echoing as well. I think it's where you are. Maybe the systems there interfering with your something. But thank you. Let me acknowledge Plenty Water. He actually speaks to. So he speaks to clarify what he has been talking about all the way through. So he says, laugh out loud. One man, I was speaking to the zero chance of Tinubu losing grip of Lagos, even if he loses the presidency. So now that clarifies then, that makes more sense then of all the super chats that you have been sending. So he essentially is speaking to Tinubu's vice grip of Lagos State. So I thought you were speaking to the contrary opinion, that you were saying that Tinubu's grip on Lagos is somewhat tenuous. That is why I couldn't calibrate what you were saying. But he clarifies now. He says, laugh out loud. I was speaking to the zero chance of Tinubu losing grip of Lagos, even if he loses the presidency. So I'll come back to you in a moment, Bartholomew, but there was just a heavy feedback from that system. Plenty Water continues with the super chatting. It says, Lagos State has 20 local government areas and 37 local government. Lagos State has 20 local government areas and 37 local council development areas. I'm not sure what the distinction is. That means APC has been made politically busy in every word here. Let me try that again. Lagos State has 20 local government areas and 37 local council development areas. That means APC has been made busy, politically busy in every word, year in, year out. A lot of people on the payroll. So Lagos just too much of politicking going on there. I think essentially what Plenty Water is saying. Lagos has 20 local government areas and 37 local council development areas. So I'll come to you in a moment, a rational mind for you to make that distinction for me, what the difference is between a local government area and a local council development area. That means APC has been made politically busy in every word, year in, year out. A lot of people on the payroll. So unnecessary politics just to put people on the payroll is what Plenty Water is hinting at there. And then he goes on, rational mind, enlighten us. Who are those that can buy the new nation's currency and be immediately billionaire in the new nation, even if Central Bank of Nigeria blocks access to regions that broke out? So that might well be a conversation when I stepped away just for a moment. Rational, enlighten us. Who are those that can buy the new nation's currency and be immediately billionaires in the new nations, even if Central Bank of Nigeria blocks access to regions that broke out? So that's obviously a conversation whilst I stepped away from the yeah. So yeah, let me just a moment, rational mind. And Plenty Water still carries on. It says, how do you prosecute those that have stolen money in the old Nigeria? So I think this actually tallies with the previous one. So let me perhaps take it from the previous one, and then maybe that will make more sense. So just mute yourself for a moment, rational mind. It says rational, enlighten us. Who are those that can buy? Who are those that can buy the new nation's currency and be immediately billionaire in the new nation, even if Central Bank of Nigeria blocks access to regions that broke out? And then it goes on to add, how do you prosecute those that have stolen money in the old Nigeria? Would you discuss finances of another nation in the court of law of your new nation? Laugh out loud. Would you remit the loot to old Nigeria? So I'm not sure what conversation space that was because I was away from the screen. But our
Yeah,
mind,
we were talking about breaking up. One rational man was asking me that if Nigeria will break up, I've seen the possibility of Nigeria breaking up, and I told him I don't see Nigeria breaking up in the next 50 years. Who's going to pay the loan that Nigeria is borrowing right now? Do you understand now?
Yes.
Yeah. So just to answer his questions. First of all, before I go to the local government. Yes.
Yeah, but condense it because I want to start to round off, and I want to hear from Bartholomew if I can. Yeah. But,
okay. So the point I'm trying to make is that we've seen it done in other countries that broke up, like South Sudan. Sudan. Sudan is one of those highly indebted country, but they broke, and the international community had to allow that, and they worked out whatever they have to work out to whatever money each one is here. You see, when we keep using this narrative of how about this, how about that, this will prevent this from happening. No, it's possible that we can break. And about the issue about the whatever debt we're owing, that will be sorted out when the time arrives.
What do you mean? What does that mean? That's not a statement. What do you mean that will be sorted out? Sorted out how?
Sorted out. You see, they won't allow bloodshed. The international community will not allow bloodshed. If they see that this is going to cause a real, because they cannot handle.
Yeah, but how do you untangle the financial entanglement? Is what people are saying. All the heavy, the international community will just say forget it because you broke up Nigeria.
Nigeria is not the only debtor now. We have South Sudan. I mean, Sudan was heavily indebted.
Yeah, but how do you untangle that? Is the thing.
I'm giving you a template of Sudan.
What did they do? What did Sudan do?
They did it. Yeah, they allowed them.
They did what?
Either they cancelled it or allowed them to pay the Eastern, or they divided the hold on. Either they divided that. I don't know how they did it, but it's possible. That's what I'm trying to make you understand.
What is possible?
Sudan was owing a lot of money. If
it was that easy, it's just easily done. Then you use a country to borrow heavily, and then you break it up, and then everybody walks away. It's not. What are you talking about, my guy?
Woman, I just gave you an example of a country.
Forget Sudan. What happened in Sudan? You don't know what happened in Sudan. You say they did it. What else they did it?
The money they were owing, did it prevent them from? Did it prevent international community from saying, okay, we don't want you to be breaking because of the money you have?
Who were they owing money to? I'm not aware of Sudan's situation, but I know Nigeria's situation.
Omar Bashir, check Sudan out and see what happened. You will find out.
What do you mean, see what happened? You already told you are the ones that brought it up. Do you know what happened?
I'm telling you that they allowed it.
They allowed what?
They allowed them to go separate ways. South Sudan and the Sudan that used to be the Sudan. I mean, what I used to be part of the Sudan, the northern part of Sudan, which was predominantly by the Arabs. So what I'm trying to tell you is that it's possible. When Sudan was won, they were heavily indebted. They were owing money.
Who told you that? How do you know that?
Check it out. They were owing money.
What do you mean? You're just guessing at space now. You see, they allow it. They were heavily. You're just guessing at space now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you are now. Okay, then give us the details of it rather than say.
Okay.
I think I know where rational
yes, take us there because I think he take us there. No, hold on. Let Grant take us there. Yeah, Grant, go on.
Like rational mind, we say they will sort it out.
They will sort it out.
There is nothing. It's about is money. The only thing that will happen is the nation has oil. Okay, so people can pump oil for so time and settle the whole thing.
Whose oil?
Who's expensive?
Now that would be in agreement with both parties for a period of time.
No. What do you mean both parties? Nigeria breaks up. Northern Nigeria goes. Eastern Nigeria goes.
Yes.
Western Nigeria goes.
Yes, but
there is oil in the South.
Yes.
Are you then saying that the South should then pay for what the Northerners
Wait, let me land.
Why would they agree that?
Wait, let me land. The money that is in question is owed by all parties, right? Do you agree?
Well, okay, carry on.
So if the money is owed by all parties, then definitely the money has to come out from somewhere.
Right.
Exactly. So if the South has to, in agreement, say, okay, let them pay that money in agreement, because they will probably be the only one with the most money.
Why would they agree that?
If they don't agree, then nothing is going to happen then.
Well, but why would they agree that though?
Why would they agree?
Would all of Nigeria owes money? The Yorubas walk away, the Malams walk away,
but remember,
the Igbos walk
it's all
away,
parties.
and then the South will be paying in perpetuity what the whole of Nigeria owed.
No,
because
not South. No, hold on. The money definitely will be shared. They will share the money equally with them. If the money is $100 billion,
right,
they will share it like 33, everybody pay 33 billion.
This guy.
That's it.
You can't hold people.
That's another way. That's another way.
Come on, rational mind.
Who's going to pay? The North don't have $3 billion to pay. So who's going to pay for the North?
You say what?
Who's going to pay the North debt? Who's going to pay the Eastern debt?
That is between them
and landlocked.
When they bring the argument that they borrowed that money, you know, a lot of people have been clamoring that this is not being done under our name, that we're not party to this. When they say that they borrowed the money, that nothing of that money came to them, that why should they pay for it? I mean,
one man, I'm just giving an example.
The South Sudan,
they made it work. I'm looking at South Sudan here now, before they break up here now.
But I think that's the easiest thing to do, Sha. The way I see
that's the wrongest thing to do.
Yeah, but that sounds unworkable, is what I am trying to say.
How is it unworkable?
For reasons that I've just elucidated. If they break up the country, Nigeria is carrying what? A debt of about 30, 40, $50 billion. China is not going to say you walk away free. Never. They want their money back, but who pays that money back? So the Northerners, they break away, and then the Middle Belt, they break away. That's another nation. The Yorubas, they break away. That's a third nation. The Igbos, they break away. That's a fourth nation. The South, so Nigeria splits into about 5-6 individual countries. So who then do they go after for the debt?
Nigeria has assets abroad, you know.
One man.
Hold on. I'm asking.
Right. Is it to the quantity of the debt? Is it to the value of the debt?
They are banking with IMF and World Bank. You know that? They have
why? No, I know. So is it to the quantity? Is it to the?
It comes to
no, but one man. I wanted to ask you a question though. If
the debt,
if everybody is breaking up, who is going to hold them from breaking up if they decide to?
Yeah, but who is going to carry the debt?
Then nobody is going to pay now. Let China go and find their money now.
Look at that.
It's not hard now. I feel it is not hard. It's not hard. So
it's like Japa economics.
It's not possible. Rational mind. It's not possible.
No, don't say that. That's the most easiest thing to do. I believe that's the easiest thing to do.
It's so easy. Nigeria would have walked our way. It's not easy. All those Paris Club, IMF loan, Arab, these people have interest.
Everybody will break. Everybody will find a way to pay the money. It's money now. Money they owe. They don't keep person.
Guys, we have money with these banks. We have money with IMF. We have money with World Bank. We bank with all these big banks in abroad.
So if the Greeks not tell you the money in the IMF, 95% is their own. Is coming from their own region. Their quota is their money. They will not allow you to pay Nigeria. What will you not do?
Hold on. They want self-determination, right? They want to go, right? So they're ready to sacrifice anything.
They are going with their stuff. You think they're going to go and dash you their money?
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Let me acknowledge Plenty Water super chats, and then I'll start to round off because we feed the 5-hour mark, and oh God, I hope nobody's clicking on all this virus something that keeps popping up. I try to get rid of it just as quickly as they come, but hopefully you don't click on it when it says click on this for young girls and something. So don't do that. Or you know your way to Pornhub if you want to see things like that, but don't click on virus something.
So
Plenty
Water. Go to Pornhub. Stop what is there.
Don't click on virus something. It's just my message. Plenty Water super chat. He says, how do you distribute money in the new nation? I can guarantee that central bank will block access, so you can't even tell what your new citizens had in account in order to give them a new currency. So it's just that convoluted space that Plenty Water is just pushing. It says, how do you distribute money in the new nation? So that is to say, how do you split what is Nigeria's assets amongst the new nations, who gets what and on what basis. So how do you distribute money in the new nation? I can guarantee you that central bank will block access. So you can't even tell what your new citizens had in account in order to give them a new currency. So that's a super chat. It continues still with the super chat. Plenty water. Yes, he continues with the super chat. Plenty water. So he carries on still to say, he says, rational mind, don't get me wrong, I am not disagreeing with you on the possibility of a breakup. I am just trying to see if you can enlighten us on how the outcome will be handled. They can do it. They did it in South Sudan. So that is a rational mind answer to you. Plenty Water carries on still with the super chat, and his super chats to say, would you resist your citizens that were ex-senators and governors in old Nigeria the ability to own anything, given that they have millions of dollars abroad to buy new nation's currency? So really the complexity of that narrative is what Plenty Water is inviting us to consider. So very easy to say they will just break it up. They have done it. It's South Sudan. So it's more complex than that. It's essentially what Plenty Water is looking to highlight. So I now seek to start to round off to land on I think let's land on Grant, because I don't think Grant has sufficient enough space to. So the final word goes to Grant in the absence of Ajale Koko. Let's kick it off though with Bartholomew, who we did try to.
One more. Let me kick it off. I want to go take care of my kid. Let me.
Okay. Kick it off then. World Peace. So World Peace. Yeah.
My country people, I greet everybody. We don't reach the final hour. Yeah, you get to greet one man. We bring us together. It's not easy. Then people who did the comment section, I greet all of you now. The people I meet here, Gran, Ajale Koko, Rational Mind, Zero, other people who I don't know name, I greet everybody. Quick one, as I said before, I beg everybody the comment section, make it tell somebody. We never get PVC, may go get in PVC. Our PVC is very important. We will vote this old cargo out. And make sure that they want for APCO, now Jonathan want for APCO, Tinubu not get up for APCO, it not be our own business. We could vote the top, at least for once, something, we do something with the position to say with something wrong. We could vote our conscience, not their conscience. So we will get our PVC. Now so I see that of this Fulani attack everywhere. It hard time make every state government look into the matter and forget politics. Their first duty is to protect life and property. May they protect their citizens' life and properties. May they make their deal with this Fulani menace for once and for all. And so I see a ritual. Everybody stay peaceful. I'm out. Bye-bye.
Thank you, World Peace. So that was World Peace. He joined us laterly, but delighted us with his contribution. So that was World Peace. We're about 2 likes from hitting that 100 likes threshold that we set ourselves. I wonder if we can hit it. Just 2 more people to click on the like button, just to push us over that 100 that we set as a target for this session. So as we hopefully go back to see if we have surpassed that threshold, we hear from the words of Bartholomew, who has been trying to come in. So Bartholomew, do we have you now? Bartholomew, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Woman, can you hear me?
Perfectly. Carry on. We are taking final words now.
Yeah, fine. My little contribution is I salute everybody.
We saw you from going out to getting back home. This is how long that session has been.
My brother, not be small thing. No, yes. When I try now, because say na small they catch monkey. So my little contribution is I greet everybody. Ajale Koko, Baba. That man they try you. Ajale Koko, he's a wise man. So I greet him very well. Baba Kure. Short all of the try, yeah. So anyone who I remember, one of my band there, they make one no kill me. So my contribution be say I beg everybody as we do so, because this country where we call Nigeria, we know say truth. That country know the work. And me, I know the side any politician. I'm an Igbo man from Anambra State, but I don't care about all these politicians. If you be P2B or anybody, so my own be say, I beg, make we work well to protect our own people and protect our own land. If we don't agree, say everybody go in own way. If not better, make everybody go in own way with the peace and the acrimony. You know, be to go break head before we go our own way. If not so, my brother, like I tell you something where we don't know. Something where we don't know, they say Igbos and the Yoruba. If we want to do something, we the first bring them for social media, come shout, come scream, come fight each other. And after we scream, fight, shout, finish, we know if we do them. But when these very people, our neighbor, want to do something, you know, go hear them from them. You know, go ever hear them from their mouth. And by the time they go finish with us, we go to cry like a baby. They shout like a dog. So I don't know how many times where things go happen to us before we go learn. Now, this man now, this very Lagos something now, where they say they want to ban Okada. I don't support to ban Okada. But if you really want to ban Okada, now you know your state. And now you know how you could take control your state. You don't have to say it loud. Take it easy. And take them by unexpected and ban them one by one. But as far as say you don't shut them out, before you go know, all these bad ones, where they behind that very governor, now then go behind, go they plan, go they do bad things. And this very Lagos where you see so, where it is say, they go fit ban that very Okada, they no fit ban them again. So my own be say my brother, and I remember one thing, one man, you know, I did very concerned about your thumbs up, subscribe, and everything. But the one thing I want to make you know, please, I want make the moderate this topic about Igbo, Yoruba, and the Hausa and the Fulani, whatever it is. All these opposition, they know like us. Even though say they're from outside, they're from Igbo, Yoruba, they're all the same. They are all the same. So I want make them moderate this very thing. Maybe know the current they go for Igbo side or Hausa side or Yoruba side. My name is Bartholomew. If I do something, my brother, hold me accountable. No go hold the whole Igbo accountable. If Ojukwu do something, go hold Ojukwu accountable. It's not all Igbo, send them. Because you get the people who never born before then. You get the people who don't born before then. So, one man, this one is your own matter where they talk. If you do this thing where I tell you to moderate this thing, maybe know they carry, they go say, Igbo do this, Hausa do this, Yoruba this. You go see this, you go see, before 1 week, you go see this very thumbs up, you go double, even triple, I tell you. Because our people, you get to where would they tell they think. And I not go to talk too much. So maybe tomorrow, because I follow on every time. So tomorrow, I go still put small contribution, the one where I remember. So more than obvious, I thank you very much, one man. We are doing so good with all the time where they spend and everything. I got to go pay you back. So as they hold us together, God will bless you and God will give you the strength. And I see the great Ajan Lekoko, rational mind, ego, Abina, all of them are the great. So may God bless you. But at the beg may we come together, hold this very people accountable. If we know if you do them, Nigeria go never do better. If you like, cry with Hausa, cry with Yoruba, cry with Igbo, you know, go walk. My brother, I don't live for Cotonou for many years. I married a Ghana woman. Cotonou better pass Nigeria. Ghana better pass Nigeria. I hear we on the attack all these small countries. Then they abuse us. Then they curse us with their own language. I don't live there for years. Even the Yorubas, we live in Cotonou. My brother, Yorubas we live in Cotonou. All of their grandfathers come from Lagos. But still, then they unite pass us. So, I better make it be like this. Thank you for having me. And good night, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Bartholomew. Good to meet you. So that's that Bartholomew now, a new voice now evolving within the space. So I'm glad we got to you, Bartholomew, because you know a real contribution from you there. So that was Bartholomew. So from Bartholomew, let's try Ego to see if we still have Ego. I suspect we may not, but Ego, do we still have you? Oh, all right. Ego has gone to the land of Nod, so away in bed, Ego. So thank you, Ego. From Ego, let's go to X0, who I suspect we may not still have. X0, do we still have you? Okay, we don't have X0. So thank you, X0. So X0 has left us as well. So before we go to Rational Mind, just to acknowledge that we did hit that target that we set of 100 thumbs up. So thank you everyone for doing that. And what Bartholomew was saying is something we have to take on board. Maybe we're too somewhat ethnic in some of our tonalities in some instances, but we'll see how we evolve that space. So on then to Rational Mind with the final words, just a quick summary to round things off for us. Rational Mind, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, One Man. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Bat. Came on. We appreciate everybody. Your contribution was highly appreciated. Anyway, quickly, tell our people to always like, share, and subscribe. What SANWO is doing, I think, is a good thing if he's able to do it. But this is not the first time we've had it. Fashola, when he was there, he tried it. They came back, and I think this guy did it before, not even now. What has changed? I don't see. So until we restructure that country, real true restructuring, a real federating country, whereby those smaller components up to the local government, like Ajali Koko said, unless they function properly, these things will never work. We need to put system in place. When we say system, I mean, in international relations studies, it's a kind of thing that's, they all synchronizes and work together to bring about a goal. Nigeria does not have a system. What we have there is not a structure, it's not a system. And for him trying to do that, I don't think it's going to work. Because when you send these people back to their village or wherever they come, I mean, they can also claim to be Lagosians. Some of them have been living in Lagos for many years. And on top of that, the economic hardship. So unless the thing is really, really fixed from the grassroots, I don't think we're moving forward. Well, I just hope it works, if it can work, but I don't think it's going to work. That's all I have to say, One Man. And hope to see you guys in the next session. Good night, and good morning, and good afternoon.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So synced and to the point. So that was Rational Mind rounding things up for us. Just in the manner only he can. So that was Rational Mind in the absence of the Mighty One. So but in the absence of Ajanle Koko, but in the tradition of Ajanle Koko, we acknowledge the comment sections to bring everything together so we can depart as one big happy family. So Kachi in Chem, he's there, of course, a regular contributor, somewhat agreeing with what Bartholomew put forward just then. So it looks as though what Bartholomew had to say is sort of rhymes and chimes with a lot of people. Obi Ruben, he's also saying that he agrees somewhat with what Bartholomew has to say. Even Goluwaga Laditi, he agrees with Bartholomew. So certainly it's something that the space had picked up, but they didn't even alert to it. So, but now Bartholomew comes to add that as a space. So we see you, Goluwaga. Canadian Network, we see you. Bunksma, the first lady of the platform now, in the absence of Bia, who had departed the platform, but then Bunksma now straddles to take her crown. So that's Bunksma. Then Ajanle Koko's our favorite babe on the platform. So that's our Bunksma. So from Bunksma, we go on to British Victim. British Victim, good to have you. Ola decides to spend his time in the comment section this time around, keeping it 100 there and interacting with people that he's now friends with. Obi Ruben, we see you. Good to have you, Obi. Plenty Water, he comes in. So let's see what Plenty Water says. He says, one man went to Mo. If you can't restrict them, then the same old heads of the region will still control the new nation, no? So he's speaking really to that conversation that was taking place between him and Rational Mind, just how convoluted this disintegration is. People just think, oh, you just split the country and you just walk away. It's not just straightforward now. There's so many, because a lot of things that have bound us together in terms of 70 years of interacting with each other, a lot of those things have to be untangled. Who gets what? Even the dividing of the geographical space, a real nightmare itself. So does Kwara State come with Yoruba land and Kogi State come with Yoruba land because they are traditionally are, but or will some, who gets what? Does the Cross River go with the Easterners? What is their it's just so convoluted. It's not as straightforward as just let's break it up. It's essentially what Plenty Water is trying to make this space realize. So thank you for all that, Plenty Water, who continues to hammer that point that it's not just this, and therefore we must break it up. That is just so easy to say, but more complex to do than it is to say. So how convoluted that is, Plenty Water hammers. Sunny Tech, a new name that we're seeing now. So Sunny Tech, good to see you. Hopefully we see more of you. So that's Sunny Tech then, sharing this time with us. So good to have you, Sunny Tech. A name somewhat also new as well, Larry Afolabi. I think I may well have mentioned that name in the past, but certainly I remember now next time that I do have to mention it. Middleman, of course, he usually comes on the screen, but in instances spends his time in the comment section. This time around, spending his time in the comment section. A real gentleman, Middleman. Crown, we say you, the head that wears the crown. It's not easy, or what was that saying again? The truth hurts, and he continues to feel the pain of being a truth teller. Maybe don't tell the truth so much then. Ayankunle Agbolade. So Ayankunle Agbolade. So Ayankunle we see you, or Kunle for short. Sake to his friends. Rahim Ibrahim. That sounds almost like the name of a rap star, Rahim Ibrahim. The name of a star, certainly, the Irene's World. The Irene's World, we see you. Always a delight to have you around, the Irene World. So that's the Irene World, yeah, right there. Another female contributor coming to threaten the crown of Bunksma. Adebisi Adedoyin. So BC, we see you, some of that somewhat regular contributor now to the platform. Irene Finest, none other finer than Irene, at least according to her. Ask Google, but we keep asking what the question should be. One of these days, you will have to tell us what the question is, or just ask Google. I wonder if you type in Ask Google on Google, what you will get. Ask Google, I have to try that just as soon as I've come off the platform. I'll type Ask Google on Google and to see then what data brings up. So Ask Google, Abbas Sanusi. So good to see you, Abbas. So Abbas then speaking to Tinubu politics that is not losing anywhere. So that would have been then an interjection or a contribution to the narrative that was taking place at the point in time that he made that assertion. Jay and Ken, we see you. So Jay, of course, the peacemaker, wanted to make peace in the skirmish between Pansat, who always comes here to cause trouble, and World Peace, who's always here on a peace mission. Mini Stable, he calls himself in the comment section, but to us, his friends and family, we know him as Jafar. So that's Jafar right there. So Sam Boy. So that's almost like an F-Young type of person. I will bet my bottom dollar that Sam Boy is from the South. So there's somewhat of a Prakot, all those Port Harcourt sort of characters. That's their sort of inflection. So a Prakot, they don't even call the Port Harcourt, It's a Prakot, Prakot. I don't know quite. Those funny people, the Creeks, the people of the Creeks. Not the coin. Rational Mind, you saw him on the screen. So Rational Mind on the screen, not the coin in the comment section. So here is Adebisi again saying Ajanle Koko is a complete gentleman. To that my acerbic remark that Ajanle Koko bullied Jafar of the platform. It didn't really, as you know, Ajale Koko, a gentleman, but they had a frank exchange of opinions which did not quite sit with Jafar, and we never saw him see who is this person, perhaps from China. We have to conclude, see who, it's like ting tong, that's ding dong. There's this urban myth, there's this fable that the Chinese, when they give birth to a child, they drop a spoon on the floor, and whatever sound that spoon makes is how that child is named. So ding dong ding and ding dong do. So ding dong ding and ding dong do, Professor Data O. So Prof, of course, anybody that spent a minute on this platform knows all about Prof, a real gentleman, of course, who spends his time with us anytime he has that time to spare. So let's now see if we can capture about 2 more names, and then we'll leave it there. So Plenty Water continues to keep it 100 in the comment section, making friends and, taking numbers or whatever it is that is that is going on there. And of course, the chairman of the platform, as Ajale Koko has designated the mighty one, Alexander Gomez. So Alexander Gomez, you don't just say Gomez, or you have to Gomez. You have to give it, it has to be a funkified inflection. So that's Alexander Gomez. So from Alexander Gomez to Alexander Akache. So the 2 Alexanders, of course, the stalwarts, the pillars that hold this platform together. On the one side, Alexander Gomez, and on the other side, Alexander Akache. And if you add Ajale Koko on top of that, then everything is all right. So that's just the trilogy that holds this platform together. So we land on Oga, and we probably round it off there. So that's Oga, but is in our master. So this, if you look at your screen now, this is what I was alerting about. Please, if you ever see anything like this, don't click on it as a link. This is a problem that the whole YouTube space has. This is somewhat of a virus, so don't click on it. Otherwise, your computer will get infested, and then that will be down to you, because I want you all. So there it is right there. So now let me remove that from the screen as well. I only highlighted it to let you know. So that has been the session. A real delight in your company. The usual protocol, if you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. We're really pushing hard to try and put ourselves to, we are really pushing hard to try and push ourselves up the YouTube algorithm, so that we can be a louder voice and we can have the potency that we still crave, because we crave that potency, because we talk about a lot of things on this platform, a lot of them important, and a lot of brilliant minds converging on certain fault lines, which are fault lines within the politics of Nigeria. But we're just talking now if nobody is hearing us, and the only way people can hear us is if we expand our base and audience. So if we had enough of a mass of an audience base, then that would be a potency that will reach and cut into Nigerian politics, and we can be of some real influence. So that is what the push is all about when you are being invited to like and subscribe. So do all of that if you are on board with that mission statement. So do all of that, and haven't done all the clickings, then come join me in the comment section where the conversation never stops. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.